Yeah. Start streaming. Right. It's a pain in the ass, bro. It's moving. Never be smooth. Good. Okay. Steel is muted. No audio for Steel. Hey, that's a first, folks. I'm not muted, but Steel is. Oh,
That's because
damn.
the PC said, you know what? Let me change that setting in OBS for you real quick. You don't need it. You don't need it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a little bit of our backstage talk. Not only that, but you can tell the angles are a little bit different today, right? So we'll see how this goes, how y'all like it, how y'all feeling it as we progress through the show. But no, I was going to say, I'm actually surprised that the monitors aren't showing up on cam because of how they're set up now. I got one that's in landscape mode right here, full up and down. So I have this whole 32-inch monitor that I can use for whatever, whether that be resources or whatever. And then I got my 24-inch over here on this left side that I'm going to use for chat. The main thing that I was trying to do was just make the battle station set up a little bit better to be able to observe. Cause I hate looking over here when I'm like, especially during the show, when I'm trying to talk to y'all still, it just doesn't feel good. So I wanted to try to keep everything centered here because I do like to look at, maybe not everybody does this. I actually try to pay attention to our conversations. So I'll be looking at Pong the entire time that we're talking. You know what I mean? For the most part, because I don't know. I just see that as part of engagement. You know, I can't help that. There's something from the tools of the trade. You just don't drop. You bring it all aspects.
Why do I feel attacked? Why do I feel attacked? I ain't always looking at you. I don't always need to see your face, brother. I got you in my ear.
Man.
Why do I feel attacked? I ain't doing it right now. Is what you're saying?
Why are you taking it so personal, man?
Because
it wasn't about you.
Because you saying you're a better engager than I am on podcasts.
I wouldn't say all that. I wouldn't.
Okay. I'm lacking in my podcasting skills and my listening skills. Is what you're saying?
I wouldn't say all of that.
This is how we're starting the Saturday. Here we go.
We're taking it to the next level already, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Steel. Look at me, Steel. I'm gonna have eye contact with you the entire show, brother. We're just gonna stare.
Stare at you. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus.
But no, it's good. If you can't tell, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be a fun one today. We're also doing something a little bit different than what we would normally do, right? That difference being we're gonna be co-streaming. If you're not familiar, Marathon Gameplay is supposed to be live today. I think they're actually doing some stuff early on their channel as well. When I pass it off to Pong, I'm going to work on getting that set up in the background because I do want that to be playing in the background, whatever they got going on. Again, put it to you like this. You guys have, if you're new here, maybe you haven't heard, but the people who have been here, look, you know how I feel about Bungie, right? More so Destiny more than anything. We've spoken about what Bungie has going on, some of the shady practices, and them seemingly not putting their best foot forward. Again, I will always knock them for removing content out of a game, especially when you see other IPs, like just take an example like Warframe, where you could jump into that game literally and experience all of the content for the most part, and it's only gotten better. So that has been a huge critique for me for them, and along with the support for PvP. Now, this week, I've been seeing a lot of people downplay PvP once again, right? A lot of people are interested in marathons. They're like, if it had this PvE element, then it'd be cool. This is planning to be a only PvP experience, point blank period. All the information that I found, all the details that I can find, it is only PvP. In a PvP extraction shooter coming from Bungie, at least in my personal opinion, because I've always spoken good about Bungie's creation in the first-person shooter space. or their creativity, I should say, or the way that they handle it. Bungie, point blank period, between Halo and now Destiny, has the best first person shooting mechanics out of any game that is out there. Outside of like, you get the Call of Duty, you get some of these other games. I think that starts making it a different conversation a little bit, because then people like to compare Battlefield to Call of Duty, and they're two different experiences. It's like, again, I always compare it to, it's like Forza Horizon versus Forza Motorsport. Sure, like Horizon can be a lot of fun. A lot of people are going to play Call of Duty, right? But Battlefield is just different. And when you jump into that motorsport experience, it just hits different on that sim aspect. So for me, when it comes to this, what do I want to call it? This sci-fi futuristic gunplay, how they make you feel in moment to moment scenarios, in gameplay. I think they set the bar for that. So I think Marathon has a lot of potential. I'm excited for it. I like what the artist presented itself so far. You guys might have seen, again, we're going to be co-streaming it today. So it's going to be interesting to see how it actually ends up turning out. Because I could very well see the gameplay and be like, and maybe you're new here again. But before, I usually am pretty good about calling out some of these games that I feel kind of iffy about. That are like, Redfall was one. I was like, it has improved, right? So don't sleep on it now if you're interested in it. Again, for a vampire game, me and Pong were having fun with it too when we jumped in. Outside of our loss of progress was one reason I had not returned. And since then, they've also fixed that to where you have progression across the board. But anyway, there's a lot that plays into it. So it'll be interesting to see, man. But just getting off of work. So as you can tell, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. I still got to get stuff set up here. Got Destiny playing in the background for you guys today as far as gameplay goes. It's some old gameplay. I've put it on the show before, but something for you guys to enjoy. It was from one of the times that I jumped back in to do some additional story content to push that forward. I think that was like, can't exactly remember which DLC that was, but nonetheless, enough of me.
Nixie's asking if you got motion blur on.
On what?
On your camera.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I was noticing that earlier. I don't know why it's doing that. So I'm gonna adjust that as well. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's running at 30 frames. That's Probably. The only thing that I could think.
Probably. That's what we'll see. That's what it looks like.
Okay, that's what it is. We are on a 60 frame stream, so it's probably extremely noticeable. Again, I had to unplug everything, reset everything back up, so nothing is where it needs to be.
Apologies, Nixie, why can't we overreact to the marathon? Why do people have problems with overreacting?
What do you mean?
Come on, man. It's so much fun. To the marathon gameplay review.
What do you mean overreacting, though?
Get too hyped. I don't understand that. I'm like a kid on Christmas. And again, the marathon's not my type of game up front. Like, this isn't something that I'm like, oh my God, let's go. Yeah. You shouldn't be confused. Like Nixie and a lot of people
I'm confused because
have a lot of that same conversation when we do showcases, right? Don't get overhyped, right? Don't, because he says it's not going to be the final form of gameplay that we see today. Obviously, Marathon is going to be an evolving game as a service, but sure. I'm like a kid in a candy store, brother. When I see new game footage, if it's cool, man, I'm going to get hyped. I'm going to get hyped off my ass. I love it. So even if it's not a game for me, I get hyped. We're going to talk about one, South of Midnight. It's not a game for me, but I'm going to talk about it.
I did get some time.
Right? And I'm excited about it. Yeah. So anyways.
I'm always almost at the end of chapter 3. But no, I was saying I'm more so just confused because I'm telling you,
you're talking about the other way? Oh, Nixie's talking about the other way? Okay. Nixie, well, you said don't have too many energy drinks. Well, okay. Well, no, he's saying people shouldn't downplay it. Nixie, you said don't have, I hope nobody had energy drinks. Well, energy drinks is hype. So that's the way I took it. So Nixie says, Pong, not too hype. I mean, shooting down the game after a small slight. Okay, well.
Gotcha.
Well,
that makes more sense.
But both things happen nowadays in gaming anyway.
And that's like I think that's
it's gonna happen. But yes, you're right, Nixie. Nobody should shoot down, necessarily crush the game unless it's absolutely awful. I mean, most of us that saw some of the games that have come out recently that weren't the greatest were kind of right about a lot of those games, but there's been a lot of false narratives too, and a lot of
shut down Nintendo.
Yeah. I know you are. But yeah, no, I get that, Nixie. I'm sorry. I conflated it with your energy drink comment, so I thought that you meant too hype. So, anyways,
that would make sense. I would understand why you would see it that way. But no, that does. I could see that. I mean, again, I think both sides are just honestly as fair. But again,
sure.
That's why I like to try to. That's why I try to do my best to explain how I feel about something, why I feel about it the way that I do. Same thing about South of Midnight. I think people are being a little bit too. Just to give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek, I think people are being a little bit too over dramatic about saying that the combat is oversimplified.
For what?
I think they're being way too dramatic. And I'm the guy again. I'm the.
Wait. What were you talking about? South of Midnight.
South of Midnight. Yes.
Oh, it's very. If you're playing on the highest difficulty, I can see why. It is. It's very simplistic.
Maybe it is.
If you're playing on the high. It's probably the higher difficulty that's making you use other options. Sure.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. And again, I was going to lead into that too.
Okay.
Which is why I was kind of lighting the candle before I got to it. But to me, when I'm playing on the hardest difficulty so far for South of Midnight, and I believe it's like Weaver or something like whatever it's called. Can't remember the exact name of it. Again, I'm just getting towards the end of chapter 3, maybe. Just unlocked like the final point, finding out more about that story, what is going on with that. Just met got the catfish, unlocked what I needed, put the stuff in the bottle and that's where I'm at right now. So the combat segments that I have experienced so far, I am having trouble seeing why people are saying it's extremely basic. But again, to your point, Paul, it could just be that difficulty thing. But again, that does speak to something that I talk to speak to all the time, where it's just like, it always seems like I end up having a different experience. And that's why I ended up jumping into South of Midnight, because I kept hearing all the same thing from everybody. And it's like, You will. And then I saw some other stuff from other people when they were also saying like, hey, I don't think the gameplay is as shallow as people are making it seem. And it's like, I'm going through the motions and I'm like, it's not as shallow as it seems. Like the enemies like lunge at you. You got to use this ability. And I'm still learning the combat. I'm not even familiar. Like, I'm not even completely familiar with it yet. Right. Like there's like the dodging and then doing this button to freeze them and then doing this one to pull them. And then you can throw the ball back at them to stun them. And you can also stun lock them in place. And then you upgrade the abilities. It allows them to be stun locked longer and they take additional damage. And then if you dodge on time, there's an explosion that happens that stuns them as well. Because people, the reason I'm pitching it like this is because people were making it seem like the combat was an afterthought. And maybe it is one of the last things that they worked on. I don't know whether that's true or not, but it doesn't feel like it's an afterthought. I'm also playing with the stop motion on. And I also think people are being a little bit dramatic about the whole stop motion thing. It's not as jarring.
They toned it down still. I believe
maybe they did. And maybe they did.
From what we saw early on. Bro,
it does look a lot smoother than that.
They toned it down after the reaction, and I'm kind of upset about it because I like the stop motion.
Because I thought it was going to be more. I was expecting that Coraline feel, and I still get some.
There is some of it. Oh, there's
still some of it, especially in cutscenes. It's because it's still there in the cutscenes, right? Which is bro, the music, the art. The story.
Well, let's get into it. We start the show.
But anyway, let's start the show. We'll start the show. Yeah. Again, I want to give people a little bit of a tease. We do have something special at 12 o'clock. I do need to set up some additional stuff in the background for you guys. So, nonetheless, I'm your guy, Steel Rain, one half of the host for Living Split Screen. I'll do some more of an intro when I pass it back off to me. Because when Palm passes it back off to me, because I've been talking this whole time. Again, I'm rearing up, but still getting my cup of coffee down, fresh off of working overnight. So we're gonna see how we get into it. But let me introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the brother from another, my guy, my confidant, the one and only Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How are you feeling? And talk to the people, man.
I'm doing good, brother. I got to match your energy, so I did get up, got to the gym this morning, keep my schedule straight, which is good. So I'm ready to rock and roll too. I got the blood flowing early this morning. Life is good, man. It's a beautiful day. We are finally getting back to spring here in Minnesota after we had 2 more weeks of just nonsense 20s in the morning. It's stupid.
That was
it's stupid. It's always chaotic up here, but it's not. Anyway, so we're back, feeling good. Great to be back. Obviously, happy marathon gameplay reveal day. Again, whether a game is for me or not, I love this shit. I love when games come around, and especially, I know Bungie ain't the same studio no more. Okay, I know
they're doing something right though, bro.
It's correct. It's a historic studio who just came off an epic run. No matter what you feel about how Destiny 2 ended, what they did with Destiny as a franchise doesn't happen often in this game industry, right?
Yeah.
To have a run like they did for that many years, taking out all, obviously, the problems at the top of that company, all the cooking the books that they did, all the robbing Peter to pay Paul that they did, whatever the hell was going on at the top, financially and otherwise, take all that away. We don't get games like IP, like Destiny, that come around that often anymore, right? It is truly still up there as just, again, a great example of what happens when a studio is extremely talented and hones in their craft. And I love to see it. So Bungie, they might not be the Bungie of old. PlayStation might have absorbed a lot of them. They took their lumps. But guess what? I still get excited when a new IP comes. Well, it's not a new IP. Again, it's based off an old IP.
It's been dormant.
Okay.
It's
been dormant for a very long time. They're taking a new direction, obviously. And I love to see this, man. And the marketing strategy, Bungie has always been great.
It's on point right now. It's working.
It's on point. And I've always loved their art direction when it comes to Bungie, whether it is Halo, whether it has been Destiny. I love their art direction and how they do sci-fi. So when they started showing this off right away, that captured my attention because I was like, oh man, I like this minimalistic type cyberpunk feel that they got going on with these. What we found out now is, people, you're placing basically your consciousness into a cybernetic body in this game, right? So that's going to be one of the basis of the storyline.
They're doing it.
So
they're doing it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my fault.
They are doing it, and I love that. So the lead up, and then this weekend into even just the lead up. How many studios and publishers do a lead up to a gameplay reveal with marketing hype that you would normally see leading up to a release?
Cryptic marketing hype.
Not too often. And the way that they did it this week and captured the Bungie fans and even outside the Bungie fans' attention, right? And they did the cryptic messaging where people were breaking it down and they wound up finding out that it was a code that, listen, I love this shit, man. This is the bright spots in the industry that we don't see all the time anymore. We used to get a lot of this. Like I was just thinking about this the other night, on my way home, because I was thinking of the Gears run up to Gears and the marketing around Gears. And we just don't see that 360 generation marketing anymore. And I'm afraid that time is now past, right? That time, because of social media, because of how marketing is now done, we're not going to get those moments anymore, right? Those memorable marketing moments. But there's still ways that companies can do it. And there's still obviously a ton of times where advertising does hit. But video game wise, they were on another level at a certain time and point during the 360 generation that I think was pretty special. But seeing this, yeah, man, it got me kind of hyped. They've been promoting the music a little bit, which is sounding fantastic as well. Bro. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's just not very often we get this stuff. So, I'm excited. Even though this is probably not going to be a game for me, not that I couldn't jump in and have fun like Steel said, I probably will. We've done it in other shooters before that necessarily aren't my thing, but I can't wait to see. Maybe it is one. Maybe it shows up and it is one. I've said all along that despite Bungie's problems, despite what, PlayStation absorbing a lot of them, that Bungie always has a shot because they are still great devs who know what they're doing, especially in the shooter space. So never count out a studio that still has that pedigree. Unlike a BioWare that's just a name, right? They don't have the pedigree. They don't have the talent they once had. Bungie still has a lot of that fucking talent. Okay, so never count this team out. And it looks like downsizing what they were going to do with Marathon, focusing in on maybe a smaller experience to start, which is what we heard happen behind the scenes, because obviously PlayStation, hey guys, we need to back off a little bit of our games as a service. You guys ain't looking the best right now. Let's cool our jets. Maybe that actually helped them in this moment get the other stuff around it ready, and really polish what they have, right? The smaller experience and start that way, which we've talked about, Steel. We wish they would have done this with The Last of Us Factions, right? We wish they could have just put out a smaller version. Why go big all the damn time? So I can't wait to see what they're doing today. So I'm really excited to be able to co-stream this with Steel, because we don't get to do this. How many gameplay reveals or game reveals or showcases happen on Saturday? Very, very few, right?
Very seldom. Yeah.
Very seldom. So Steel and I are excited to do this with you guys. So happy Marathon gameplay reveal day. As far as what I've been playing this week, a lot of Age, of course, because Age 4 dropped the Cross and Rose expansion. So I got the Templar Knights have been introduced, and the Templar Knights are freaking amazing in this game. I am absolutely loving how they play. I am loving the additional strategy that comes into play with them. I am over the moon about the Templars. So I've been playing a lot of Age this week. Age 2 Definitive Edition just got their massive patch, the biggest patch that they've had in forever. And so I'm ready. I'm playing a lot of Age. And next up, I got to talk about South of Midnight. So South at Midnight is a game that I said that I was going to download and try. It's not from all the gameplay reviews, trailers, all this, I just knew it wasn't going to be a game. It's a platformer. The combat, the platforming, it just wasn't speaking to me. Okay. And I said that up front. But me as a grazer, as somebody who just enjoys gaming in general, I always love to jump into these worlds, especially through Game Pass. It's the beauty of Game Pass. There's no risk. I would not have bought this game day one at any price. Okay. I would not have. But I love compulsion games. I've been a big cheerleader of compulsion. You guys know this. I wish they would have made a different style of game. Again, more in line with We Happy Few. I would have been super hyped, but they didn't. And that's okay. But I've been a cheerleader for compulsion all along. People asking why back in the day, years ago, you can go back and watch some of the shows where we talked about all the acquisitions. And I talked about compulsion games as being one of those. People asked why they bought compulsion games. People asked how after We Happy Few that Phil could go decide to buy this, like throwing away money. What are you doing? Right? I said all along, no. This team's got talent. Okay. This team, there's something there. If they're allowed to grow, if they're allowed to expand, if they're allowed and given time and resources to do something, they've got talent. And so to see finally, it's taken them a long time to get here, right? For how small the game is, it's taken them a long time, but I am happy to see what they have done here, right? I jumped into South of Midnight this week, and I said it all along from watching all the reveals, people's early screenshots, the early videos, all that kind of stuff. I was already excited. I already loved the atmosphere, already loved the art style, loved the fact that they were going to the Deep South and taking mythology from an area, the Louisiana area, that we don't get a whole lot of mythology in games from. Like there's a lot of things that are overdone that we've seen a ton of games on, and I love them. Greek mythologies, we've gotten unlimited amount of games on Greek mythology, but I still love it because I'm a big Greek fan. But there are mythologies that never have been explored before, or very little. This is one of those. So the fact that they were doing that, I love that. And I started seeing all this stuff, Steel, and I was excited for it. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to jump into it. I jumped into it and seeing it on my big screen, playing it with my hands.
It's a beautiful looking game.
Even better than what I was expecting. Even more beyond what I thought Compulsion was doing here. The animation, the acting up front, the intro Steel. I watched the intro to the game where they do the whole intro, set the tone, and it hasn't stopped from those aspects, right? Gameplay, combat aside, which it's not my thing. I'm not over the top about whatever. It's serviceable. It is what it is, right? It's fine. I'm not about that. Not every game has to be that. either. Would it be great if it was a complete package that I loved completely? Absolutely. But not every game's for me. So that's cool. But the animation is on par again with movies, with Coraline, with Nightmare Before Christmas. Take any kind of stop motion that we've gotten, some of the classics. This animation that they've got going on is up there with all of them. The acting is up there. So far, everything that I've heard is up there with movie quality. And again, we're not getting that. The writing, the storytelling, the lead into the story, what's going on, the real world conversations between people. I've talked here a lot recently about how shit some of the writing has gotten in gaming, and I will continue to do that because I think it has. I think gaming's lost something special, and I don't know if it's just the younger generations or it's just who they're hiring as writers. I don't know what the deal is. Not that every game in the past was always excellent or anything like that, but I'm talking about the bigger titles. I'm talking about the high production titles have lost something in their writing. This one, no. The conversations felt like real conversations. The lead in, the character development out the gate felt natural. The writing didn't act like I was some teenager reading some stupid novel, okay? It acted like we're adults in real life situations, having conversations between people. I got to appreciate that at this point. So all of that, great. Get into the environment steal, that whole opening with the storm and stuff, unbelievable. Like, okay, walking out, the lighting effects, with the lightning again. Seen really great stuff from a lot of games. This one's up there. It just feels right. It feels like you're in a storm without actually being in one. The sound, everything, the environmental sound effects in this game are second to none. They went to great lengths to capture that swamp, lake kind of area. If you haven't been in those areas, you won't know what that is like. I don't live in a swampy area, but I live in a lakey area, right? We have tons of lakes in Minnesota. It's similar to what you get in swamps. Different in a lot of ways. There's extra things down in swamps too, but you get a lot of the same sounds. The amount of different types of frogs and bird sounds that are in this game is, I'm blown away. Like, again, if you know what you're listening for, I'm like, yo, they went out and captured a whole bunch of species of frogs, birds, and other bugs, insects. Like, they did their homework here. This is legit. And that all built into the game experience in the world. And again, you guys know from me, that's the most important part of gaming is the experience. That's why I don't care about finishing games like that, because for me, it's just the experience. So walking into this world and all of the stuff that I'm talking about here just really grabbed me from the start. And I was like, holy shit, this is fantastic compulsion. Like, I knew you guys had talent. I've been a cheerleader for you guys, but you guys really are showing up here. And then just to add a cherry on top of all that steel is the music. Brother, I love music in games. I love music in general, right? I'm a music fan. I love basically every genre except for country. And even now, as I get older, I like a little bit of country. It depends what kind of country it is. Country I used to hate. But everything else, from opera all the way up to EDM, to rap, to rock, it don't matter. I enjoy music. When I started hearing the tunes in this game, whether it was just kind of the ambiance music that they put in the background where you're casually walking around, or whether it was the very definite and purposeful music that actually does react to what you're doing in the environment or in the battle, top notch. Things that I haven't heard before, things that I'm not, or I have heard stuff like it, but they are taking influence from different genres. And obviously the South being heavily influencing this music, blues heavily influencing some of the music, but bringing in other things too that I was not ready for, that I was like listening to. I'm like, this just fits perfectly. And stitching all of these things together. Not every studio does it this way, but they have stitched all of those very specific things together that really just it's so strange because you can be playing the game and watching the visuals, and the visuals, my God, the visuals in this game, the lighting in this game, the settings in this game. I'm taking so many screenshots. Well. They need a photo mode, damn it. I'm sick and tired of asking for photo modes in 2025. Anyways, even without the photo mode, everything is just set and it looks like paintings in the background when you're walking around. So you can be enjoying the setting, but everything else is stitched in. You don't realize how encaptured in the world you are until you stop and get focused and you're like, yo, I didn't even notice that. Listen to that music, or listen to that bullfrog in the background and his croak, right? It's just, it's wild. It's so natural feeling. Again, this is not, people like to say, the young kids nowadays, you capping for shit or whatever the case may be. This isn't a perfect game. I understand the review scores here. But when I talk about this stuff, right? This game isn't going to be for everybody. But for me, those specific parts are setting very high bars. And it doesn't happen in every game. I've certainly played other games that have lower bars in those areas that I enjoy more. Obviously, I don't think I'm going to finish South of Midnight. I'm in chapter 3 with Steel. I'm a little bit behind Steel. I just met the catfish. But altogether, Compulsion Games showed me the talent that I believe that they had, that they were given the time and resources to do something. And this is a bright future. And I got to end it here, Steele, and I'll give it to you. I got to go let the dog out. She's bothering me. But I'll end it here. When we used to talk about acquisition season, and before everything, kind of shifted, and obviously Xbox is now doing their thing, right? We know the changes have been made. But before that, when we thought they were going to go toe-to-toe with Sony, and we used to talk about acquisition season, and people had all these questions about what they were buying, why they were buying, how this was all going to work. There was a whole group of people who have been right about some things that Xbox has wound up doing at this point, but they were very wrong in other aspects about how Xbox was going to handle their studio acquisitions. And we were on the right side of those talking points for sure, because we said all along that Phil's vision for buying these studios and saying that we're hands off and that we're just going to remove as many roadblocks as possible, but we're going to let creatives be creatives and we're not going to dictate what they need to make. We're going to let them go do their thing because we want a diverse lineup of games in our ecosystem for Game Pass. And again, this is back when we thought they were competing one for one, right? And they were going to go all full bore. This is what we envision, Steel. The stuff that we are getting right now. And it's not just Compulsion, but this is a perfect example of a game that not a lot of other devs and publishers would have funded to make in this day and age. But it's here now, it exists. And I'm glad that it exists. And it adds to the value of my Game Pass. Even if it's not a game that I fall in love with, that I want to finish, or that I play a lot. It don't matter. It adds to the value of Game Pass that I got to experience this world. And it's going to add the value to somebody who does purchase it outright, because I think a lot of people are going to wind up loving this game. And I've seen it more and more, not to say this is going to blow up and be some big thing. It's not that type of game. I get that. Again, it's not a game for everybody. That's okay. I'm not saying you have to like this game or even have interest in this game. But what I am saying is it adds value to a lot of people to have South of Midnight exist. And it shows what Compulsion was capable of. It shows what Phil saw in the studio and why he bought them.
For sure.
And gave them the money and resources and time to go do this. And I think going forward, if I take out, again, the stuff that I don't necessarily like about this game, they are storytellers, Steel. They are storytellers.
No, they are
talented. They're damn good at it, and they know how to put together a story. They know how. They've got good writers. They know how to hire actors who can come in and portray the characters that they're trying to get across. Again, that's not something that every studio is able to do. We've seen it time and time again. But so far, every character that I've come across in this game, the actor fits perfectly.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Voice acting is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound off. It doesn't sound like it just.
Oh,
sounds very intentional.
And supposedly the catfish dude, this is his first ever acting job. Supposedly he's an old dude that they just found that they were talking to and say, hey, we think we got a role for you. I might be wrong in the complete story, but I read a blurb somewhere that's how they found the catfish guy.
Even the concept
and my God, he's awesome. So I just want to give my hats off to Compulsion Games. Whether or not this becomes a memorable game for a lot of people or a select group of people does not matter. I think that they've proven themselves to be very good top tier creators when it comes to certain aspects of gaming, and their future is extremely bright underneath Xbox, I believe. Okay. And I hope that a lot of people, even if you're on the fence or even you're kind of like poo-pooing the game or whatever else, if you have Game Pass, just download it and start off in the world and see what you think. Watch the intro and then just go into the world and give it a shot. Again, still doesn't grab you, cool. Eject, delete, no risk, no foul, right? It is what it is. But I just think that this is one of those games that you do have to jump into to truly appreciate, because screenshots, compressed video on YouTube, having other people play it doesn't do it justice once you get into the game. Again, it is just an absolutely beautiful, wonderful game overall. And so just hats off to Compulsion. I've gone on long enough, but I love small studios coming around like this. And this is their third game ever. And a lot of people didn't think they could do this. And I think they did it. Again, this is what I envisioned when when we used to talk about Steel, about acquisition season and these studios having time to do this. This is what I envisioned. This is a great addition to the Xbox library. And I have no doubt it's going to come to PlayStation 5. I have no doubt this game is going to come to Switch 2. Switch 2 especially, it's going to be a great addition to Switch 2 library as well. I think a lot of people are going to find it over there. I hope a lot more people try this as they put it out there, because it is worthy of your time, at least a try. Again, as far as a buy goes, you will have to make that choice. I'm not going to tell you that, because again, if I only had the option to buy it, I probably would have never picked it up unless it went into a deep sale, right? At some point, I probably wouldn't have picked it up, but I just think it's worth it. So anyways, that's what I've been doing, Steel. Hats off to South of Midnight and Compulsion Games.
Yeah, I mean, to add on, because again, I'm not super deep into South of Midnight either, right? Third chapter towards the end of it, and I do just kind of want to echo all the what Pong is hinting at there. Pong, you still need to let the doggy go, or okay, gotcha. Yeah. But just to kind of echo some of the sentiments that Pong was kind of getting at there, there are so many things that are well done in the game that you can tell were done very intentionally, right? And I think that's more of what we need to continue to see, is these organic creations, or these organic forms of creativity, right? I see a lot. I saw the conversations about the DEI stuff kind of came up again, and this being based in the South, some of the stories that it's telling are traumatic to some people. And there is a kind of like a trigger warning, quote unquote, at the beginning of the game that says, hey, if you're sensitive to this kind of stuff, maybe, you're going to want to stop right here. So it's not like it doesn't warn you that there may be something like that in there, but I'm not far enough to like determine whether that's the case or not. But just from a visual aspect and a storytelling aspect, in many ways, on one side, it hits home for me because there's a lot of things that I can relate to just with the interactions, how they are with each other. There is just that Southern charm, I guess I would call it, or the Southern way we go about things. Although, again, that is definitely more, what you see there is definitely more Louisiana. I have Florida Southern and Louisiana Southern is two completely different things. And you notice that, and depending on where you go into the South. But there is a kind of this... there is that thing that is a constant as far as the South, and it is that the feel that the people give you. I would say, at least. It said not enough memory to open this page. I'm out. Let's load that back up. Nonetheless, one of the number one things is I said from the very jump, when people were questioning the whole stop motion thing, I said, you know what, I want to leave it on because I like seeing that type of art style. We don't get many games that do that and do it successfully. I can imagine it could be pretty difficult, especially when the game is more so, it is a platformer with action combat in it, right? More so from what I've noticed so far. So taking that into consideration, South of Midnight seemingly, at least for me, and again, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty as well, is very similar to how I was feeling about Kana. I thought Kana was again a game that I had a lot of fun with as well. Had some simplified combat, and what carried the game, sure, was some of the combat, or more. Excuse me. Sure, what was carrying it was some of the combat, but it was also the way that they were telling the story and how things enveloped around you. So, but and even the combat in Kana was very, what I would say, it wasn't quite Souls-like, although they made you feel like that with some of the bosses and whatnot, the way they made you approach them. It was very dodge focused and hitting certain points and going from there. But on a casual aspect, even if you just want to look at it like that, just an enjoyable game to play. I don't necessarily know of saying that it doesn't take itself overly serious, more than it is making me enjoy what I'm playing in that moment. And I think that's the number one thing that a lot of these games do miss, right? For a game that is in Game Pass as well, there is a particular grab to it that, again, and I haven't spoken to this game previously. Yes, I do agree with Pong. If this game wouldn't have been in Game Pass, I probably wouldn't have bought it right now, because I do have other games in my rotation. But with it being in Game Pass, it just gives me the option to try things that, again, that I normally would either hesitate on or just jump into and try. And even with the interest that I had with South of Midnight, again, culturally, just top level, it's magnificent. You know what I mean? Just having something that you can definitely relate to in many ways, just more than one, and it seems like it's only going to become more of that as I progress to the story. The art style is extremely phenomenal. I'm playing on Ultra, essentially everything on PC through the Xbox Game Pass app on PC, and it just feels good. Even with the stop motion on, I was mentioning that earlier. I do think that people were over, I don't know if I want to say like they were over complicating, or they were just over exaggerating a bit about how much the stop motion would affect them, or how it was a turnoff for them, or it didn't look good, or anything like that. Because it's like there's so many other movies there's so many other forms of media that have done this or take advantage of it. It shucks. When I see YouTube videos and stuff, or TikTok reels, whatever the case may be, of these people who do these stop motion with the different characters. Somebody have an action figure of Spider-Man. He's having an engagement with all these different action figures that this dude got, and they be having these funny interactions, right? And then you see that get applied to, you see it in the movies again. When Wade mentioned it with the Tim Burton movies, but again, even with I made the reference to Coraline, you start noticing the different aesthetic that it gives, right? It's just very attention grabbing, man. It pulls your attention. It brings in that interest, and brings you deeper into whatever story that they're trying to get you to feel in that moment to moment gameplay. So again, I feel like I'm kind of rambling a bit. I'm not far enough in it to really give any fair critique, outside of I'm having a good time with it. Other than that, the other thing I mentioned earlier was the combat. I do think that people were downplaying the combat. Again, I mean, if you're playing on easy, I don't know about that. I am playing on the hardest difficulty. When I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, I do tend to experience something different than most people do, right? So there is that as well. Let me see what the super chats got rocking and rolling in here. As I break down what's going on with South of Midnight a little bit more. 108 with the 5 bone says stop motion is awesome. People complain about everything but love Tim Burton movies. The game is amazing. Story, lore, graphics. What else do you want? And it's unique. That's the other thing. When are we going to be happy with just getting? I'm not saying that you got to be forced to be happy, but when you get these games that are complete packages and doing something that is artistic, you gotta big up them. 108 also says, why when it's a black-led character, it always seems we have to defend or explain why a game is so good. That's why I'm sick of this shit. I talk that talk with another 5 bones. I feel it. again, like we've mentioned, brought those points up here. I do agree with you 108 in many ways, mostly because of my own lived experience as well, right? There is a reason why it comes up in conversation. I just don't think that South of Midnight is in that conversation in this example, or it's a good example of doing the things right, having a vision and knowing what you're going for and actually showing love to the art that you're creating, right? You're not taking this outside approach and trying to tell this outside perspective. No, you're getting into the weeds and getting a real understanding of the depth of the culture, why things are the way that they are, how to portray certain things, how to make it feel a certain way. They just put a live feed up on screen for Marathon. 108 also continues to say, with the 5 bones, when a BS indie comes out with lackluster story, bad graphics, same gameplay, get praise from the community, I would have bought this game regardless. I would have bought the game regardless. This is when a BS indie game comes out. It's different strokes for different folks, man. If you ask me, I'm always going to go back.
We should judge different, though. I mean, I'm not for judging every game across the board the same when you've got a solo dev who has a $50,000 budget versus a team.
Pong's a little bit more lenient with that stuff for sure.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think that's why indie games do get praise, even when they have, as 108 saying. Shout out to 108, by the way. Good to see you, brother. Lackluster, same gameplay, but lackluster story, lackluster. I think it's because indie games should be cut some slack, and I think that people do realize that, and they do look at it differently. Again, are some of the bigger titles unfairly judged? Yes, I do believe that. I think there is a certain concept where indie games don't get compared to other games, right? They are more purely judged based upon exactly what the indie game is giving us at that time and place. I think with reviewers, right? And gamers at large. I think big games, and we've talked about the Steel, unfairly get judged against other big games sometimes. And people are like, oh, I wish it did this. I wish it did that. I wish it did this. And I think that does happen and can cause some of that of what 108's saying. I just think with indie titles, there is a look like, oh, isn't this is great. Look at this, team of, 15 devs who made this cute little game. Right. But I don't necessarily, nothing's absolute, right? Kana Bridge of Spirits got a lot of the same praise. And again, see, I know you brought Kana up and you thought that this would score the same as Kana did.
Yeah.
Again, I think there's a misconception when you say, or when people talk about like, well, this is like Kana Bridge of Spirits. I saw a lot of people construe that as literally like you're comparing the two to each other, and people are like, oh, the gameplay is totally different. Like everything's
not. No, it's not. But even that's disingenuous, and that tells that statement tells a lot about whether people actually played these games or not. And that's always my biggest problem, because again, Kana does play very similar to South of Midnight. South of Midnight is using more magical based abilities, so that's what makes it somewhat different. Which is why I was saying that Kana, if anything, yes, the way that they're handling their gameplay elements, they both are tackling the same thing. You're going into areas where there's this evil energy that you're trying to dispel. You do the exact same things. And apparently later on, you're also going to get a buddy, or you have of these pots that you got to get later on, or whatever the case, or these little magical beings as well. There are similarities between the two, and it's not in a bad way. These are both games that are of such an echelon. People were comparing Kana to a Pixar style game, the same way that I could compare South of Midnight to a Tim Burton, Coraline style movie, right? But it has the gameplay elements, and in combat they even play similarly with how you have to handle the enemies. Kana was a little bit more upfront because you didn't have all these you didn't have other magical abilities to use. It was mainly melee and bow. But outside of that, you're still handling the situations the same. I'm fighting this central enemy. Oh, if I fight this enemy, he does this. Oh, this enemy does that. Oh, I got to dodge this. Oh, there's a boss now. Oh, it's a big boss that has something to do with the story. And oh, after I defeat the boss, I got to do this. Oh, I got to clear out these areas. Oh, I got to do these things and platform to these places and destroy these things. And boom, now I can unlock the next area. And it's not like it's not like it was bad elements of the gameplay. And I'm not saying, it's just weird to say why somebody wouldn't understand what the similarities would be or why they could be compared to. And exactly right, Jesse. They're not saying the same in story, but that's not what people are saying. They're not talking about the story. They're talking about the gameplay elements, the approach, how the games are. And they are very similar in that aspect, which is part of the reason why I also stated that I thought that South of Midnight was going to do similar in the aspect of Cana, because even Cana has simpler combat, and people praise Cana. When all I hear from South of Midnight is how simplistic the combat is, but come to find out, if you're using the things that are given to you and that are available, even in Chapter 3. How much of a god gamer are you that you're saying you're so good at the game by Chapter 3 that the combat's boring? I don't get it. Or the people that say, oh, you're going to these areas, it feels monotonous. You know exactly where you're going to get into a combat section. Look what the game is handling. You're going into areas dispelling this negative energy in Cana and in South of Midnight. They both were approached the same way and were not bad for those gameplay styles. Not in the way that people are making it seem. Everything is monotonous to everybody. Nobody plays games for the game. And that's the thing that bothers me. And that's why because I told myself I was going to wait to play South of Midnight. Now I got to complete it. Luckily, it's a shorter game, right? So again, that's kudos to me. But now I got to beat it. It's number one on my list right now. That's what I'm going to play. When I'm playing the game, I'm going to play South of Midnight. I need to complete it. I need to finish the story out because I'm interested. I like what it's doing. It's heartfelt. And I'm not at a point, and I like combat. I like sophisticated combat. Devil May Cry has some of the most complicated combat in an action game that is maybe out there, if you're actually using the systems. Is South of Midnight that? No. But it's also not the most simplified game that you have ever played in your life. And that's what's weird. And that's the thing that makes it weird, because that continues to be the conversation of all I've heard this week. Oh, the game is good in all these aspects, but the combat is simple. And I found out by Chapter 3 that the combat was simple. Huh? You're not even that far into the game. You haven't even played for long. Shit, the first 2 chapters are just giving you a baseline of the fucking story you're jumping into. Shit, Chapter 3, you're still getting tutorials. So what are you talking about? Now, as you get used to the game, and again, maybe it is because I'm playing on the harder difficulty. Maybe that's all that it is. But there also has to be something said about maybe the lower difficulties need to be adjusted. But calling something so simple that it's a knock to the game or make it seem like it was a last minute thought, I don't see that. And it's okay if you do, but I can't agree. Because again, this is another one of those situations where I'm jumping into the experience and I'm getting something completely different than what people were saying was there. That's weird to me. And I don't have to be the BN to do off everybody. I really don't. But increasingly, I am finding out that I feel like I'm probably more in touch with a lot of the games that I end up jumping into, or what we have going on in our hobby, that's maybe some other people are. And again, if it's not for you, then it's not for you. But as far as culturally goes, as far as art goes, as far as gameplay, as far as mechanics go, so far, the game is good. It being an 8, I don't think it's a knock on the game. I think that's good. Could it be a 9 by the time I get to the end of it? Sure. Should it become monotonous by the time I get to the end of the game? Maybe. Where I have a feel now for the enemies. Again, I was just playing First Berserker Gazan as well. In comparison, it's not even remotely close. But it is an enjoyable experience, and I think that's and I think that's something that should be taken into consideration. Well, it felt like you said you felt like you had something to add on as far. There was
no, I mean, there. I don't. I mean, I will bring this up. A lot of the controversy again around games, Bob, it's BS. There is grifting that obviously happens on both sides in a lot of ways. But there is, again, as we've talked about Steel, there is conversations to be had sometimes and other times not. I will point out that the community manager for South of Midnight made some really horrible comments. Okay. So a lot of stuff that people take as just focused on, because the character is black or of a certain race or not of a certain race or whatever the case may be, or the story includes some conversations about real life stuff. I heard that one a lot for South of Midnight, and
that's dumb because everybody was praising Psychonauts too for that.
And and this one, this one had to do with, you put in the stereotypical old racist white woman. Okay. I heard that and I had to laugh because obviously she's introduced right at the beginning, right? So I had to laugh a little bit and scratch my head at that one because listen, you can't say a game could never tackle topics, and it's not forced at all. Again, like it may be typical, but there's a reason, and it's not even that. It's a bigger picture of interracial relationships, right, Steel? And there's racism on everybody could be racist. I'm sorry, I'm not down with the only whites can be racist, so I'm not ever going to go there. Everybody can be. I've experienced racism from a dad who did not approve of me, an Asian dad who did not approve of me for his daughter. Okay, way back in the day. Interracial relationships are a thing, and the families who don't agree with them are a real thing. And it's not like a small thing. It's more common than we like to think happens, right? And especially if you're going to set a game in the deep South. So it gets even more real when you start coming to the South. Right. So I look at that and I go, no, the game can tackle that subject, and this is not like way out of bounds, forced in like, Dragon Age Veilguard's message was. This is like flat out, just like, and it wasn't over the top. It wasn't heavy handed. It was a lot, and it may be more so as the game progresses. I won't know. I'm in chapter 3. But the fact that it was just implied that there were some issues that the family didn't approve of the dad being with the mom, that happens a lot. I just gonna say, like, that happens a lot, and I thought it was really well done. If tropey because of how the old lady looked, okay, sure, but it still is a topic, and it's still something that they obviously want to tackle, along with, from what I've heard, a whole lot of other subjects as well in this game, like you said, Steel, in line with like Psychonauts 2 and how they tackled a lot of tough subjects. Games are allowed to do that still, folks. Again, if that turns you off, right? If that's an absolute no-go for you, that you really don't want games to tackle straightforward topics like that, well, then that's cool. Then the game's just not made for you, and that's okay. But to sit around and complain about that and say that, that's a part of the issue with gaming nowadays, this is just another issue where Sweet Baby came in and forced their narratives into this game. No, it's quite obvious the devs want to tell the story, and they had a lot of topics to tell within the story. This isn't that forced situation. So again, make your choices. I have to scratch my head. This is one of those ones where I'm like, no, this is discrediting any arguments that you guys do want to make about the game industry right now. This is discrediting all of those, because this is not one of those blatant situations where it's over the top, it's heavy-handed, it's obviously forced in, they shoehorned it into the story. No, it's very natural within the storytelling of what they're trying to go for.
It's a good example of what people mean, or like when Pong speaks to it, other people speak to it, the people that aren't on one side or the other. And I found that I might be, I'm probably just a centrist. And I'm finding more out about that. Makes sense actually when I look further back, like people that I've been tuned into it. And again, peeling layers back. Again, you're getting older. You start looking into certain things. But anyway, neither here or there. But that does play into what a lot of us have been speaking to, and I know we have been doing it here especially, is it comes down to just making a fucking good piece of art. Something that doesn't feel like you were forced, something that actually pays respect. That was the problem with Assassin's Creed. If Assassin's Creed did all the right things like Ghost of Tsushima did, none of that shit would have came up. And this would have been probably Ubisoft's and it's still doing successfully apparently, right? But there would have been a lot more eyes on it, a lot more attention, a lot more praise for it, doing all those right things. Now, if we're just here to be a game, then we're here to be a game, but understand the critique that's going to come with it. And again, I just don't think South of Midnight's in that critique. So Nixie, you're stupid. He says, still, you're in Central Time. She said, of course you're a centrist. Oh my.
Dad jokes. Way to go, Nixie. Dad jokes.
I like it.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, man. Again, on one side, does it open a lot of different conversations? Sure. But that's not where my mind goes to first thing off rip. You know what I mean? And I think that's the point that I've been making. I mentioned that to Pong in the background as well. I know Mav is somebody that gets into that as well. You know, I take the experience for what it is up front. If to me, and again, I feel like I would have a pretty fair, judgment whether something is trying to be forced, whether willingly or unwillingly. I mean, again, in some things, sure. Like again, Pong will point out something to me, be like, I don't know, still. That's kind of like he said that about Dragon Age Veilguard as an example.
Oh yeah.
What Pong saw in Dragon Age Veilguard and what I saw in Dragon Age I didn't take it as serious, and I still walked away from that game, although I didn't end up finishing it, right? And I probably won't go back to it because there are other games I would rather play. I thought it was decent, but I didn't get to the parts later on in the game where they have the more controversial aspects of it, right? So maybe I would have felt different by the time that come. So I don't know. South of Midnight's been a good time. I think it is a game that Xbox and Microsoft should be proud of. If we're just talking about sales and numbers and all that stuff, this is not one of those styles of games. And whether Game Pass is going to help it do what it needs to do or not, I do think that this helped up Compulsion Games echelon, up their ante a bit. Show people that they can make an experience that can pull at the heartstrings, that has good combat mechanics. Because guess what? If they make a South of Midnight 2, if there's even a door for that, or whatever game that they make next, I mean, obviously they show that they improve on every game that they make. And I think that's one thing that you can't deny from this. And I think that's something that I need to see more people talking about, is the pedigree and that constant you pushing that next boundary forward. And I think that's impressive as well. Because again, I didn't play any other Compulsion games before this. So for this to be my first foray, my first experience with them, I think they're doing damn well so far. I'm feeling really good about it. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time I was playing, was having fun with the platforming. Again, I am playing on the higher difficulty. I'm at a stage with this where I just feel like I get a different experience than most people do because of how I play, but neither here or there. So shout out to South of Midnight. Didn't really have much else that I ended up jumping into outside of that. Still playing First Berserker Kazan. I'm definitely going to finish playing through that. It's continued to feel like a phenomenal game, man. It just feels good to play. It's a game that it's one of the first Souls games where I don't find myself getting frustrated with it. Right? Like, I can be honest and say in other Souls games, there was always something that, and there will be something later on, right? But a lot of it, just like Wolong was for me, you can tell when it's you that's the problem, right? And apparently, because of me using the greatsword, that's another thing. Because I spoke here how as I've gotten older as a gamer or whatever, I want to start using the quicker weapons, dual blades, anything that's going to get me moving around fast. And here, I went to greatsword, and it's feeling phenomenal. This is one of the best games for that great sword feeling heavy, you still having some mobility, kind of feel like Guts from Berserk, kind of like it just feels nasty. And then again, playing into the whole him having a demon inside of him, and they're all warriors or whichever, and unlocking the different abilities and having different builds that you can possibly create along with the gear. It's still a pretty fun damn game, man. I think I've played a couple rounds. I played a couple matches of Call of Duty. It's all right. But I just don't know where I'm at with Call of Duty right now.
You mean
Verdansk? Not bad.
You played Verdansk?
I did jump into Verdansk.
Yeah.
I'm just not noticing. Of course, there's going to be differences. Again, you're bringing back the old map. Yes, the main thing is, I land and I feel like I'm familiar with where I'm at, right? That's the one thing. But outside of that, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just I'm not in that Call of Duty spirit right now because of the type of games that I'm playing. Just don't know what it is, but it's not holding me. And I'm really in search for a multiplayer game that I want to give my attention. I did play some more Steel Hunters, but I had to put that down because that game's in early access right now on Steam. The game's supposed to be coming everywhere on consoles as well. But I stopped playing that because when I play multiplayer games, when I play PvP based games, I hate when I get matched with a bot, especially when the mode makes it seem like I'm not, like this is only going to be player versus player. Like when I load into online matches, I don't want to play with a bot. That's part of the reason I stopped playing Fortnite. Because Fortnite will make you go through like 10 or so matches more. And every time I play with my brother, we end up playing bots. I don't want to play bots. How am I supposed to get better at the game playing bots? I don't want that. I want people.
I love bots. More bots in multiplayer games, please. I love bots.
I hear you. But if it's going to be player versus player, if that is the mode that I select, it doesn't say player versus player with bots. It just says PvP. If that's what it says, that is what I want. Do not put bots in my game. It is a turn off for me because you're loading me into these matches where your objective is to win. And you give me the most useless AI I have ever experienced. At least that's how I feel when it happens to me. Now, if somebody leaves mid-match, that's different. Give me a bot then, help fill in that spot. I can see there. But outside of that, I don't need to play no goddamn bots, man. But anyway, that's neither here or there. So I put that down. Mega Break is the only other one that's really high on my list. I actually want to play Mega Break more than I even want to play Marvel Rivals. I'm off the Marvel Rivals train right now again, but I'm not the hero shooter dude. So, and I was saying that from the very beginning. I do like Marvel Rivals more than I ever liked Overwatch. I will say that. I may still jump in and out every now and then, but Mega Break is the game that I want to play. Mainly, sure, I have the mech bias as well, but that's shit's on my radar. And other than that, man, this marathon is now on my radar. I need to know what the gameplay is like. And we're going to see that today, 12 o'clock Central. You're going to be able to see with us what Marathon's gameplay is going to be like. And there's a multitude of aspects you can go about this. I know a lot of people are more so leaning on extraction shooters haven't been successful in the past. They're leaning to games like Rainbow Six Extraction, which we had a fucking good time with. Sure, we didn't stick with it, right? So there is something to say about that, but we were having a fucking blast. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure you remember those days, Rainbow Six. We were actually we were actually in the DM setting up time for us to jump on Rainbow Six Extraction. You're like, yo, we jumping on some Extraction?
It was dope. It was dope for a short period of time, bro. It was a blast, man.
Especially earlier on. It gave you that Rainbow Six Siege feel, but as an extraction shooter. People and then people. Yeah, it didn't. No, it had some shortcomings. And then people also put it on, put some of the weight on Tarkov. And again, I don't think that what Bungie is creating here is going to be the Tarkov experience. I think it is going to be a more arcade-like experience, right? There may still be some form of loss or whatever, but I do think that, and I'm putting hope into this. I be fair. There's potential in here because there are so many other games that have shown that this is possible. The Division is an easy one that you can go look at and how the Dark Zone is handled. Yes, can it be done better? 1000%. The Dark Zone in the first Division that's where you want to be. But there are games, Mecha Break, it's another one that has, it demonstrates how it can be done. Give me options to leave in the middle just in case I don't feel like I could take the heat. Give me benefits for staying out longer. Give me ways to become stronger as I progress. Let this be based on my skill, my talent, how far did I get in this experience? And because I have faith in Bungie's gameplay, I think that they have the ability to make something that people feel is niche, unique, and have a lot of people jumping in and playing. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get into, man. One, if you're not familiar with where you are, with all the heat that we've been bringing, we're over an hour in, and you're in living split screen. This is what we do here, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see on the hat, we are the number one place to keep it live, raw, and uncut in this golden age of gaming. Not only that, before we get to the bags of coal that have been dropped off and have ignited this train in a direction that you could never expect, we have so many cars to add on, Pong. The bomb has been dropped. Decado is feeling back in his groove. Shout out to you, Decado. Much love to you, man, by the way.
Yeah,
I haven't been asking what was going on. I try to stay out of people's personal business unless they want to give that information, right? But whatever's been happening, bro, I know you've been in the hospital. I know that for sure. But I want to send you, again, love, energy, compassion, and a quick recovery, bro. And that's to anybody that's out there. I want to wish you love, positive energy, and a good weekend. That's what I want to wish you out there. But Live a Split Screen, the home of that RTS approach, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. And I saw somebody make the comment, Nixie, that's because Pong don't wear hats like that. But I was going to send Pong a hat regardless, so we can at least have it up in the background.
Yeah.
But I had to, because even this design that you guys see on this hat does not exist. You go to the store right now, this does not exist. We had something.
That's a prototype.
It definitely was. That along with the shirt, right? Along with the shirt. This shirt does not exist in the store no more. I don't think. I changed the logo a bit so it'll fit better, and look better. Hopefully, all the details and everything are in the description if you're interested for what we do have available. But yeah, I had to make some adjustments to make it a little bit better. So we'll see what's going on. Also, we are the home of that ECP, Educated Consumer Perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're two dudes with plenty of professional knowledge, some business knowledge as well that we bring to the table, play a little armchair CEO, have some fun, and overall, that is why we consider ourselves to be a gaming conversationalist podcast. You already heard from my magnificent co-host, my brother from another, my confidant, my guy, Pong Soul, and myself about what we've been into and lately, what we've been playing. But there's some conversations that we need to have before we get into this marathon gameplay later. Right now, you can see on the screen that Bungie is live. They got a drone apparently roaming around their studio.
They do.
Showing love.
Chat's controlling it. And they're like saying,
is that
shoot,
what it is?
And they're like, the chat's controlling it by saying the direction. and then they're like saying shoot when people appear, and they're like and it says target neutralized on the bottom and stuff. So people are going crazy over there.
that is fucking dope. I didn't know the chat was controlling the bot.
Yeah. I was just watching it. Obviously, it's just left, right, shoot. Like that's all it is. And like, so I don't know how much is controlled or somebody's just doing it randomly, but it is pretty funny how they're doing it. So,
Ghost Wolf said he made a comment. But Pong, if you want to do the honors and go ahead and give Decado that.
Give the shout out to the chat. Absolutely. We're going to start out.
Yes, sir.
We're going to start first of all, ladies and gentlemen, attention, boys and girls. Welcome to Living Split Screen. Yeah, that's right. You've been tuned in for quite a while, actually. We're going on an hour already on the Splitters hype train. We started this morning at a nice easy Mach 2.5, but the one and only Decado just flew overhead and dropped off a couple bags of coal. That's right, he dropped a big old 20 bomb. He got on the court with that easy dunk and got us a couple new cars, actually 4 new cars full of splitters. So welcome aboard, all you new splitters. And, of course, he got us up to a nice, easy Mach 4.0. That's right, the one and only Decado showing up today. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Thank you, Decado. And obviously, my sentiments exactly. I told you, same as Steel, Decado, I told you on X, but I hope things get better, man, and keep getting better. And I hope the health gets under control, brother. So great to see you around. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat, sir. And much blessings to you, man. I'll continue to send extra prayers your way, sir. Let's get this chat shout out. All these amazing people here. We got the one and only Joe Dunmore. What's going on, Joe Dunmore? Thanks for dropping by and joining the show today. We got the one and only Ghost Wolf, $35.99 in the house. What's going on, Ghost Wolf? We got the Ray. What's going on, Ray? Great to see you. I says, so it's safe to say Marathon is releasing in 2025?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's happening. It's gonna happen. That music is so dope in the background, but it's annoying me. I
have it muted right
now. I just had to pause it. I was like, oh my God. It's really cool though. Like I was listening to it. It's really nice. Marathon's definitely gonna be in 2025 for sure. Let's see here. Let's see. Eastside Vandal, of course, is here. Always great to see you, brother. He says, Pong, so you should belittle us like Refudge because of my bills. Should we add the talk? Should we have a 15-20 minute talk Steel at the beginning of our show where we talk about the bills that we do have to pay, that we have families to support,
we probably should.
That we got to pay taxes, and so I mean we need more support from our community to make that happen because of the choices that we made to be here doing podcasting on a Saturday instead of working. Steel. Should we do that? Maybe that'll work.
Maybe
I tell
it will.
You,
one slight side tangent.
Sure, go ahead.
The one thing that I'll add on to the whole Reforge thing, for as many people that don't like them or don't want them to be a representation of our community, everybody gives them their energy. You know.
Sure,
so he's going to continue to get the eyes. He's going to continue to get the support. He's going to continue, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it kind of works against
of course it does.
The intention that people are trying to, like, I get that we're having fun. You're making fun even, which is perfectly fine, dog. It is. But I am at a point where I've muted it now. Whenever it comes up on my timeline, I don't care. Like it was funnier. It was funny, but you know, some things you just kind of move on from when they're not as funny anymore, you know. There's still some funny things to be said. People say funny things all the time. Shit, we probably say funny shit here all the time. If I posted bro, we have 5 hours worth of content. If I had somebody going through and purposely picking out shit that people can misinterpret and blow the fuck up, we probably would have a lot of things that people could pull from and be like, this guy is very passionate about this shit, especially the way we talk about it. I mean, again, you chat, we get you guys for some of that stuff too. So it's just funny. Everybody has their unique perspective. You know, to each their own. If he's getting the dollar, great. You know, I want to be able to make $1 off of this one day, right? And really support both of our families.
But I can guarantee you, still, if that day comes, we will not sit and talk about it for 20-25 minutes on a show.
No, we definitely wouldn't. It would definitely.
I don't care where we're at. We ain't talking about.
But that's because me and you
people.
are the type of people are more so about okay, we just need to do instead of we're not the type
right.
to.
But that's the vast majority of creators too. If you even go watch the vast majority of creators don't do that. That's why it sticks out like a sore thumb when he does it. Right.
No,
that's why it's like it's ridiculous. And like the other day, I saw the other clip of where he had chat was dead and he was sitting there and it was literally Steel, like not saying anything. Or was like, yeah, there's no news today. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. Chat's dead. I don't know what we're
why you laugh?
Like, bro, this is like your job, and that's how you're showing up. Like it was like I was like, this sticks out like a sore thumb. This is why people come at him. You're absolutely correct. And whatever kind of energy is given. Yeah, exactly. What kind of energy? It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative energy. All energy is energy, and you do give it to the person no matter what. And right, and exactly. I know I do because I still look at the clips, right? Even though I'm not looking directly at his clips, I'm still looking at his clips. I don't watch his show, right? But I know that gives it energy, right? I understand that. Again, I'm a big energy guy, so I get what you're saying too, Steel. That it is one of those things that it kind of is. If you want him to not be relevant, you really do just have to mute and ignore and put him in a corner and not even acknowledge that he's there. Like that's the only way you get people into that spot. But nowadays, social media, nah. People want to drag, people want to dog on everybody, no matter what. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, people are getting a ducat off of it, so I mean, hey, it's all good, man. That's just, I can tell you guys, that's not the kind of content that we would ever go for. Maybe you can call us unks or old folks or whatever you want to call us, brother, but we enjoy, like, we get the fun from talking about the shit that's happening and talking about the games that we're playing. I would have more fun getting engaged with people from the community who are maybe more like-minded like myself, because again, that has always been something. I'm not the most hardcore of the hardcore, but I also understand that I'm not casual, right? I've went into these casual spaces even in our own community, it was told that I was being a sweat or I was trying too hard when I was just having fun, or I was just having a good time. Because that's just how I approach stuff, right? So that's more of my interest in finding more like-minded people, which is why you guys show up on a weekly basis to chop it up with us, talk about games. We let you guys fuel our conversation. Shout out to Oh No It's Alex, and again, he is one of the proponents that he's making it happen off of that content as well. But he doesn't shy away from it though. He makes it known that that's what he does. You know what I mean? And he always stands behind what he does. So when people do it that way, it's one thing. It's different when like people are doing it and they're trying to make it seem like, oh, look what this guy is saying, man. He's crazy, bro. He's like, you're always saying that, oh, no, it doesn't make sense, man. And then giving them the energy anyway. But nonetheless, neither here or there. So a lot of games.
Breaking news.
I just saw you send me this about Prototype.
Yeah, we can get into that. I got to continue shout out the chat here real quick, and I did want to also throw out. But yeah. There's a rumor about Prototype, so we could definitely touch on that. I also want to throw this out there real quick. Breaking news as well. According to a lot of news sites right now, electronics imported to the U.S. will be exempt from the tariffs. So
that's interesting.
Yep. So everybody that was worried about consoles and that kind of stuff, I mean, we'll see. Again, it can get very specific. So we'll see if it's a general statement or if there is specific things that aren't included in the tariffs, but there are other ones. So we'll get the details, but that is breaking right now that it sounds like the tariffs are going to be exempt from a lot of the electronics coming into the United States. So console prices, Nintendo, Switch 2, etc. They put the pre-orders on hold. Yeah, all that stuff, all the video, the cards, the graphic cards and all that kind of stuff could see some relief here, right now. So we will find out more as that's going, but I just wanted to mention that right now because a lot of people are worried about it. Let's see here. Let's go. We got the one and only Engage Artist 207. What's going on, Engage Artist 207? Thank you for joining us. We got the Roadkill 8018. Thank you for being a part of the show as always, brother. Thank you. We got the Weapon X. What's going on, Weapon X? Thank you for being here and touching in and saying hi. We got the JB1521. What is going on, JB? Thank you for being here, brother. We got the Lydian Master. Great to see you in here. Great to see you as well. We've got the Ghost Fixter, what's going on, Ghost Fixter? Great to see you in here as always. We had the Decado come through with the $5 super chat. The one and only Decado again. Thank you for the 5 bomb, brother. Choo-choo, motherfucker. He says difference between LSS and that asshat is you all love games. He loves talking down about them to get money. Yeah,
that's other thing too.
It's another thing. It is a weird thing. And again, not everybody's a gamer like that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not even playing the games.
Yo,
just saying, bro. Like, stuff for me.
Just saying, bro.
Hey, he's got an invite to Marathon, so it is what it is.
Yeah,
doing something right.
Yep, he does. Yeah, that was made fun of too. Holy shit! Some people jumped all over that because they said there ain't no way Bungie did that because he's permanently banned from Destiny. So they're like, ain't no way Bungie did that. It must have been a Sony thing, and Paul Tassi confirmed that it was a Sony thing. So. Sin, what is going on, Sin? Great to see you in here. The Dinklebot. I almost wore my Dinklebot shirt, except I've never worn it. It's been unused, and it's part of gaming history. So I've got the Destiny Alpha, the Destiny 1 Alpha t-shirt.
Really?
Where it has the famous quote from Dinklage saying, "That wizard came from the moon." I've got that shirt. Yeah, and it's never been worn before. I almost put it on today.
I liked him as the fucking.
I know, so did I. When it first announced it, I was about it, bro. I was about it. It was corny as hell, but I was down. I was like, that's the way some kind of like bot would sound. Like, let's go. Like, so, but yes, I do have that t-shirt. Almost wore it today, but I was like, no, I gotta save it. Let's see. Who else is in here? MG, what's going on, MG? Great to see you in here as well, brother. Thank you for joining the show. We got Dan, the man, Cunningham, dropping on by, one of the OGs. Thank you, Dan. Always appreciate you, sir. One of the reasons why I got into podcasting was Dan, the man. Thank you, Dan. Ron Slusher, what's going on, Ron Slusher? Great to see you. He says Marathon is being rebranded as a running game called the Boston Marathon. Holy shit! Are we gonna have bombers there?
Jesus.
It's been long enough, right? It's been long enough, right? It's been long enough. Just saying. Ron, thank you for being here, man. Who else we got in here? Knob, of course, is dropping by. What's going on, Knob? Great to see you in here. Let's see here. Scrolling. The Sly Crow, of course, is flowing on in. Sly Crow posting lots of game screenshots. All goodness. Sly, you're having a lot of fun with Assassin's Creed. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for being here, man. We got the one and only. What's going on, Oats? Great to see you. We've got back from the dead in the house. Back. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. It's been too long. Thank you for being here. We got the man from space, the brother from another lore, Master Jasper in the house. What's going on, lore? He joined us for Fun Speculation Network last night over at the Xbox Ultimate. That was fun to see his face again because it's rare because he is in space. What's going on, lore? We got Jesse B. What's going on, Jesse B? Great to see you in here. Who else? Boom, scrolling. Got Lydian. I got JB Dragon Wolf. What is going on? Dragon Wolf says, I'm enjoying South of Midnight. Love learning some folklore of the South, but unfortunately, the well has been poisoned and everything is magnified and concerning. Yep, I've said that before, Dragon Wolf. Unfortunately, the well has been poisoned, and that's why we get the conversations we do, even when they're not right. Let's see here. Who else we got? We got Zach Riley. What's going on, Zach? Great to see you in here. We've got the Black John in the house. Is going on, Black John. Thank you for dropping on by and saying hi. Thank you for being a part of the show today. We got Calorie. What's going on, Calorie? Great to see you, brother. Of course, the 108 Dragons TV. Lemon made his presence known earlier. Thank you, 108, again, brother. Appreciate you stopping on by, dropping those super chats. Thank you for being here, man. Good to see you. We got Beezy McNasty in the house. What's going on? Beezy said, but even though I thought the boss fights mixed with the music was amazing. Yeah, lots of good South of Midnight conversation in the chat today, by the way. I'm glad a lot of people are appreciating it. It's damn good. Who else we got in here? I think that's about as far as I can go.
If that's how you feel, man. He said the combat sucks on South of Midnight. Yeah, hey, man. If that's how you feel. Hey, I'm not. Hey, I feel you. I mean, I don't feel you, but I hear you.
I get it, but you don't have to. It's not going to be for everybody. Again, I don't think it's the greatest either, but it is what it is, man.
Yeah,
again,
I hear you. Again,
it is. Steel hates me too, so don't worry, Roadkill. Let's see here. Let's see if I missed anybody else. We got xbx.lordchaos78. He says, hey, what's up, Steel, Pong, and chat? Hope all is well. Don't forget to stay blessed. Don't stress. Play Xbox. Let's go. Another great Saturday hanging with y'all. Yo, appreciate that comment a lot, Lord Chaos. Thank you, sir, for being here. And I hope your day is blessed as well. And I hope you're enjoying some of that Xbox gameplay. And of course, brother from another on the front line himself, Psycho Knots is in the house. That's right, Psycho Knots hanging out probably at GameStop this morning, slanging some games and some consoles. Shout out to Psychonauts. Love you, brother. Miss you on Xbox Ultimate, man. And Weapon X, I see you dropping in here. I think I did shout you out, Weapon X. Yeah, we're going to talk about that prototype room. So thank you, chat, for being here. Again, whether you stay for 5 minutes, whether you're here for the entire show, whether you agree with our conversations, whether you disagree with our conversations, whether you just like the look of me and Steel or you hate the look of me and Steel, we appreciate you for being here, and nothing but love and respect. All right, all of you. So thank you.
I also want to shout out Sith Lord for being a member to the Splitters for 8 months. Shout out to Sith
and for all the support. Yeah,
absolutely. It's always appreciated to do that. We don't do it enough, and you do it on a week-to-week basis, and that's always much appreciated, man. Much love on
Tim
that.
the Sorcerer jumping in saying, hey, I'm late. Sorry, just got home. You've missed the entire show, Tim. I mean, we're done. We're wrapping up. It's time to go. So sorry, Tim. I hope you can go back and watch. I'm pretty sure you know that's a lie, Tim.
Again, a roadkill. Yeah. Roadkill, I can understand it. He said the combat doesn't suck at all. It's just very simple. I'll say that. Yeah. And I can hear that. No, the chat control cam for Marathon is hilarious. But yeah, that's what's up in the background for anybody that's curious. It is from the live stream for Marathon. This is coming directly from off of Twitch. For those who are interested, we are going to be showing the live gameplay.
That looks like in-game graphics right there, Steel. Compared to the CGI we saw. Yep. I think that's in-game shit right there.
I think that's how it's going to actually look.
I think those levels, are what it's going to look
some good
like.
levels, I like man. That. They did some good work in that.
I like the simplistic. I'm telling you, I like the minimalistic cyber sci-fi look. I really do. I think it's cool.
You like that?
I want to see it next.
They got a little bit of a warehouse look to it. You know, in this one, you can actually see like all the rails coming across. They really did fine details here really nicely. You can even see the people in the background. They're really detailed. Like you can actually tell that there's people back there, not just shadowy figures, you know? So anyway, but no, we're going to be showing that live gameplay. This is going to be like, again, this is fresh. This is brand new. For the first time, we're going to be seeing gameplay for Marathon. So that's going to be happening within the hour. But where do you guys want us to start? I can leave it up to you guys. You know, I can say, you want me to, you want Steel to start revving his engines and get knee deep into the conversation about the complete edition of Last of Us? Is that where we want to start? Complete edition? Huh? Complete, huh? The whole kit and caboodle, huh?
Nope.
Seems like it's lacking something to be complete.
Dude, I knew where this was going today. I knew.
Very, very freaking interesting, isn't it? Or we can get into Nintendo. We talk about Doug Bowser's justifying Mario Kart World's price, saying that there is variable pricing. I found that very interesting.
Great. It's great. South of Midnight is a part of variable pricing, $39.99.
That is true. It's variable. It's all
variable. Hey, Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2, $49.99. Variable pricing.
Variable pricing. Variable pricing.
That's right.
It's
it's a new thing. We're gonna be hearing a lot.
I saw that comment was extremely interesting to hear this week. Again, you're talking to somebody who's just trying to sell you on the product. He's not the gamer dude trying to talk to people. Oh, Gene, you know I'm gonna bring up Last of Us every time. Every freaking time. You know I'm gonna do it because I'm upset.
Is it technically a complete game if it does not include the original factions from Last of Us 1? Is it technically complete?
It's not complete.
I think Steel, I would. Steel's my brother, and I love him to death, and I will side with him here. But it's not because he's my brother and I love him to death. I think, technically speaking, he is correct. And they are using false terminology, calling it complete when it's not actually complete because The Last of Us 1 experience did include multiplayer. Just saying.
You can call it a bundle. I don't mind the bundle. I don't mind that. Fahim says, why are you bringing factions into this? Because factions released with the original game. I don't care how many times they're remade, remastered, unreleased, re-released. I don't care. What came with the original game is what came with the original game, and that is the complete version of that game. The factual information is that the logic applies to every game that is in the gaming industry. Point blank, period. If you're going to apply it to Halo, if you're going to apply it to Destiny, if you're going to apply it to Battlefield, if you're going to apply it to every other game that is expected to now have both things, you expanding a game mode out to something that was bigger than it needed to be does not mean that people can't experience that original game. And telling people, oh, well, you can just go back to the PlayStation 3 or the updated PlayStation 4 version if you want to play Faction Steel. No, how about you just No, it's already fucking there. You've already remade the game now. Why is it not with this one? That's frustrating to me, especially for this complete edition. It's just frustrating to me, man. Because I looked at Last of Us 2 again. It came to PC. I was sitting there looking at it. I was like, man, maybe I dropped some mods in there. We're looking good. I was thinking about it. Because I like this. I do like the story of Last of Us. And I want to see what the story is actually. But I'm so hung up on the multiplayer aspect of it. And I care more about that. I'm just going to ride out with how I felt about Last of Us 1, man. And just stick with that. I didn't even put 1,000 hours into the fucking Last of Us multiplayer.
It's not worth it.
Because we were moving into the next generation. And the last time I played it was on PlayStation 3. I didn't play it on 4 because I didn't get it on 4. I wanted to play it in this current generation. That was the one game that would have got me to buy a PlayStation 5. Guaranteed.
Okay, so Steel.
Yeah.
Let me explain something to you, though.
Okay. Oh, God.
Gotta explain something here. Right? This collection Steel, right? This complete collection. It's not for any of us, brother. It's not for anybody out there that's.
Oh, I know you're going with this. Oh, I got to address Fahim again, too. Yeah, I think I know where you're going.
Okay. All right. I'll let you address Fahim, too. It's not for anybody that's already played 1, 2, both, or otherwise, or factions.
For the TV show watching.
This complete series is made for those people who are watching the HBO show, because there is supposedly a lot of people walking around jobs at the water coolers and coming up to people and saying, man, you guys, I don't know if you know or ever heard of this, but The Last of Us, that's a show on HBO and it's really good. Supposedly there's a lot of those people walking around at jobs in America and elsewhere in the world these days. And those people that aren't gamers, because they didn't know The Last of Us existed, are suddenly going to be told at that water cooler by the gamers who are standing there going, oh yeah, great. You know, it's a game. And the person's going to go, what do you mean? And they're going to be like, yeah, it's a PlayStation game. What? It's a game? How do I get said game? And they're the ones who are going to go out, buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, and pick up the complete box set Last of Us. That's who this is for, Steel. And it's going to sell potentially a lot of copies that way. Just saying. That's what I've been told.
This is the laziest shit that I've seen. This is the laziest generation I've ever seen from PlayStation. I like just hands down the laziest generation that I've ever fucking experienced from a game.
I mean, I was told that this was from credible sources, Steel, that this was happening.
It is just asinine to me to see how things have turned out up to this point. It's just is completely crazy, especially for an IP that has gotten now more attention than it ever had previously. Mind you, what would be even doper if you had a multiplayer game that was playable, that people could return to, that actually had mechanics in it already, that gave people a reason to come back, that you probably could have quadrupled down on and given people even more of a reason to continue to play this game, because they already have the concept of, hey, the more you play, the more you can keep up your community. If you don't play, your community is going to slowly die off. You're not going to have the medicine. You're not going to have the resources to keep them up. That's why you want to keep playing. And now you decide you want to release a complete edition of a game that is not complete. And yes, Fahim, I am going to keep the same freaking energy with Gears as well, because
he's LOLing, by the way.
I know. I see it.
Okay,
I see it.
Okay.
I see it. But Fahim, I'm going to keep the same energy with Gears, and I said this here before as well.
You did.
If Gears does not release with a multiplayer, that is a miss. Because those games had peer-to-peer. There's not anything else I'm not asking for dedicated servers from those games. Just bring over what was already in the game. Peer-to-peer meaning I connect to you. We connect to each other. There was Gears 1 through 3 is when host still existed. Host advantage existed. And that just means you were hosting the match, so you had a better connection. Or we were always wanting to be in lobbies with somebody who had the better connection. It was peer-to-peer. There's no reason why the multiplayer cannot exist. If all you're doing is updating the graphics, you don't have to change nothing else to the multiplayer. Guess what? That's what makes Gears and games like Halo unique in that way. Because the guns are the guns. The gameplay is the gameplay. You just updating the graphics has nothing to do with any of that other shit. It doesn't need a specific multiplayer team. You said you were updating the game. Well, update the game on all fronts. And I believe that for is everything. If it was in one, then it needs to be in all. I want PlayStation players, I want Steam players to experience why Gears is great, why there is no other third-person shooter that compares to Gears in the way that it plays. The closest thing was Last of Us's Factions. And even that was different. Before we get into E-Day, there's not any additional teams that need to be put in place. Give people a taste. Give people a reason to jump into the ecosystem. And even I still do hope that E-Day releases on all platforms day one. Because I need that energy back into the Gears of War vein. So it's for me, I'm the multiplayer dude. I was debating with myself whether I need to jump back into Black Desert Online, because now they're dropping support for Xbox One and PlayStation 4. So you know what that means for me? Oh, we're finally really going to catch up with PC. That means this is about to go bananas. And they're doing another graphical update on the game. And Black Desert Online is one of the most graphically impressive MMOs that are on the market. And there's no combat that's better than that for MMOs. Multiplayer game. I'm always going to speak to the multiplayer side of things because I have a belief in that. Because that's what I enjoy. The same way everybody else continues to tell me why single player games are relevant and why, we need single player games. Why I'm a single, I gotten older and I don't have time like that. Mind you, I get you. When I play South of Midnight, the reason I really want to put that on there, because I got a lot of stuff going on. I like the fact that I can pause South of Midnight. You know, matter of fact, as I've gotten older, I'm playing First Berserker Kazan. I'm actually frustrated by the fact I can't pause the game. I have to go to a bonfire. I can't just stop what I'm doing, put the controller down, and go do what I'm doing, and then come back. No, I have to pick and choose. Life is life and still in the background. But me playing these multiplayer games ain't gonna stop. And I'm always going to put my best foot forward for those style of games. Well, I'm going to always put my best foot forward for a game like Marathon. I'm not saying that these teams can't make mistakes, but God damn it, Naughty Dog is not the team that y'all think that it is, or they think that it is. You can listen to them dudes. I was listening to Neil Druckmann in an interview, in several interviews as of late, because I'm trying to get an understanding of perspective. they don't really care about what you want as a gamer. They want to make their art. And if that's the attitude that you're giving me, and you're also showing me that it's not what you want, 1 + 1 = 2. Give me one moment real quick, Paul. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. No problem whatsoever. Well, you guys knew with the Last of Us announcement that Steel was going to be back today with another Last of Us rant. You guys knew it. Fahim, you stoked the fire, brother. And now you got him started on factions again. And the rest of it. Nixie, the first 3 Gears was a compelling IP that did drive people to the ecosystem, right? So the first 3 were, right? So after that, again, that's up for debate. So, but the first 3 I don't think are deniable. So, but anyways, oh, you mean now, Nixie? Well, I guess that's what they're going to try to do, right? So, but again, we're in a different boat now just because that's not where they're at as a company anymore. So obviously to them, it's going to be more about, hey, just getting everybody everywhere playing Gears again, which I think is great. You've heard me and Steel say this from the get-go before anybody else was jumping on this train. That if they were going to go this route, that yeah, Halo, Gears, all of it should go everywhere. Because in 2025, you got to have as many fans in as many places as possible for your multiplayer games. Now, you could certainly still have success without doing it that way. We have examples, right? Obviously, Helldivers isn't everywhere. And is still finding success, right? But I think you give yourself the greatest chance. And for Xbox, for Microsoft, they want the Xbox everywhere thing. So they need these IPs as household names to more and more people. That's why they're doing what they're doing. So I think that's what they're going to attempt to do. That's why they're going back to E-Day. That's why they're not finishing off the Kate trilogy. Thank God. I hope they never go back. That's personal. That's just me. But that's why they're doing E-Day, is to introduce everybody along with what I think is real, the Marcus Phoenix collection, to reintroduce everybody to Gears and to introduce people to that whole story. And I think it's a perfect job or a perfect spot to do that in. But will they succeed? That's a big question, Nixie. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. I have the utmost faith in them. Them going back to E-Day and then releasing a Marcus Phoenix collection will go a long ways to that. So I think it can. I think it can capture people's attention still. We'll see.
Yeah, no, we definitely will.
Yeah, I know, Nixie. I know who said it. Again, I don't like it, brother. I don't like it. It wouldn't be me. If I was in charge, it wouldn't be me. If I was Phil, I would have been escorted out of the building before I allowed this to happen. That would have been me. I wouldn't have worked for a company that wanted to do this. But again, that's neither here nor there. We're here, so got to accept it for what it is and move forward. And there are benefits. There are benefits to it. So.
Yeah, and I saw somebody ask if Marathon is going to Xbox. Yes, it's going to everything.
Yes, it's going everywhere. And they've already confirmed, Bungie 2 has already confirmed, no PSN login requirements.
They're going to have cross-save as well.
Yep. Cross-save, cross-play.
Cross-play, yep. All that.
Yep. All that's going to be here.
Be
I saw a couple people bring up the prototype. We will touch on the prototype rumor for sure. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, we can go ahead and jump on that now if you would like. This is going to be coming from this is a rumor, so keep that with a grain of salt. But this is from Hazardor. Shout out to Hazardor Gaming, the dragon of Dojima out here. Shout out to Hazardor. It says rumor, new prototype title in the works as per playtester. Alex Mercer return as its protagonist. It goes into additionally say upcoming Call of Duty Black Ops 7 leaks and prototype sequel. Again, this is supposed to be a leak, nothing official yet, so take it with a grain of salt. We're gonna be including the Black Ops 7 leak as part of this. Let me see if I can actually bring this up on screen for you guys. Because yes, we do want Marathon to be the main thing, but we'll worry about that here in a second. All right, so. Again, this is coming from Reddit. Y'all take it for what it is. I will say if Prototype comes back out, because I didn't play Prototype 2. I didn't play Prototype 2. I did play Prototype 1, and I really liked Prototype 1. As far as especially for a game that gives you that Venom feel, I think that's like one of the closest feels of truly feeling like Venom that I've ever experienced. especially with the way they handled the abilities and everything. I heard the second game was pretty good. It was pretty good as well. I just haven't had a chance to jump into it. I got to fix our fucking cameras on this screen. I didn't realize they were so messed up. Anyway, I'll break this down and then I'll adjust that stuff and get Pong started. So, this is coming from somebody named Big B. Upcoming Call of Duty Black Ops 7 leaks and prototype sequel. Recently taken part in a study group for an upcoming Call of Duty. Here's some of the content which I had insight to. Up front, I still don't think Call of Duty should come out this year. I was doing I did a little bit of research. I was looking back, and Call of Duty has been yearly, for the most part since inception, seemingly. But I do think that they do need to take a break. Right. Obviously, I heard you guys talking about a little bit last night on Xbox Ultimate. The Call of Duty community is down on the COD right now. Yep. Even with Verdansk. Verdansk saw an uptick and then immediately it's slowing back down again. Something is internally needs to be handled at Call of Duty first before we move forward into another game. Now, if they are going to do Black Ops 7, then it is a natural progression from Black Ops 6, right? But that's also very weird to me because it's just, again, that this comes across like this is DLC. Because why are we doing Black Ops again? I thought y'all like to swap it up. So that's kind of weird to me if this is true. Anyway. The story will be set in 2035, so we're going to the future, and will be a follow-up to Black Ops 2 story, which I like Black Ops 2 story. So story will also involve Woods and Mason and one other character. Can't remember the third named character. Story mode will allow the 4-player co-op. That's interesting. Story will also include a big open world map titled Avalon. Omni movement will return, include wall running. So they're going back to like Call of Duty Ghost. Kind of style, which with the new movement mechanic, adding that into it as well, the apparently Titanfall 3 rumor being fake, well, which we'll see. Shout out to Jeff Grubb. Zombies mode will have the original crew return as a multiverse variations. Zombie mode will have a transit remake. Zombies will be round based. Zombies mode will also have a difficulty toggle. Zombies will feature the largest round-based map ever created. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I really don't. Zombies mode ain't for me. I jumped into it with Black Ops 6 as well. And it's just, I don't care. Because the first thing people did is find a way to cheese zombies to level up all your weapons. And if that's what all people are going to do every time that I join a lobby, even if it's not, I just don't care enough. Like, it was fun when it was fresh. Everybody's trying to figure stuff out. We're actually trying to progress through this shit like normal. But even then, I'd just rather play multiplayer. Anyway, multiplayer will have a 32 versus 32 mode. I need Call of Duty to stop doing this. You're not Battlefield. Stop trying to be Battlefield. Stop trying to do bigger map shit. Maybe you could do something similar to like a Rush. Maybe. But the little battleground mode that you got or whatever, nah. I've had enough. We'll feature some remakes of popular maps in a 2035 futuristic Japanese style theme. Okay, that's interesting. Specifically Japanese style theme. Plan for everything to have a progression level system, including grenades, kill streaks, and perks. You know the other thing? It continues to say plans for multiplayer progression to carry over from Black Ops 6.
Okay. So it's another expansion. I mean, that's cool. I think that's great, but let's call it what it is.
That's more so why I'm laughing. That's more so my point.
Yeah,
because they're gonna sell this for $70.
Well, that's what they do with Modern Warfare 3, right, or whatever it was. Yeah,
they know but it's just. I want to carry my stuff forward. I get it. 1000%. Again, people buy 2K, football, they buy all these other games on a year-to-year basis. I didn't want the shooter genre to have to be that. Again, if games like Counter-Strike can go on years and years and years and just change over time and just become better over time and then have a quote-unquote better version come out, Counter-Strike 2, the second iteration version 2 of that game come, then why can't Call of Duty do something similar, especially in this modern era? I don't know, man. But no, what I was going to mention is, you know what I also don't like about Call of Duty? And I think we talked about this last week, is I just don't like the idea of having to level my shit up, my separate guns up. I don't like the idea of that. The whole separate leveling up the gun shit, it needs to die. You can tie it to my level. You can tie it to my level.
They do in Battlefield too, though, to open up.
I don't like it in Battlefield. I don't like it in Battlefield either.
Okay.
I like, you can tie it to my level, but it shouldn't be gun specific. That's like, once I get to a certain level, I get access to additional attachments. I get access to additional guns. I get access to, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I would prefer that personally.
I don't care.
And it's more so from a competitive standpoint.
Sure, and I get that point, but that's part of the reward system for you playing a lot, right? Steel, they want to keep you. You know what I'm saying? And like, if you're gonna get good with guns, that's what you could do. You play with the same gun, and you get better with that gun, and you open up attachments. Like, it's kind of what it is. I agree with you overall. Would I rather not? Yeah, because I would put that much time into shooters anymore. Like, it's just so I got a selfish reason behind it, but I understand why they do it as a business standpoint.
And my reason, I guess my reason is selfish too, although I would argue as well that I think it would help in the name of balance as well, or at least having an option like we talked about last week, where it's like, hey, this is the
meta
optimal section. This is the, what was the freaking term? The meta section. There you go. Meta. That's what you said. This is the meta gun section. If you just want to jump in and play, and you have a rotation so you can level up those guns, maybe you spend the weekend. But when somebody like myself who does play other games, or maybe there's other multiplayer games I want to jump into, right? When I come back to it and I see that there's new guns and I have to level up this old gun to get this new gun, and then in order to get the attachments for that gun, now I got to play a zillion matches with it. All I want to do is play Warzone, or at least do that. In Warzone, just give us just give me my club. Just leave everything unlocked, especially since it's the free to play. Just make everything unlocked. Let people make whatever gun that they want to gun, because then it will let people do a little bit more variations instead of having to freaking play multiplayer to unlock everything that didn't play Warzone. I don't know. I feel like there is a middle ground that can be had that could definitely help out people, or help out people like myself who just want to be little. Give me what gun's hot right now. Bet. I want to go catch a body. That's it. Like, let me use my skill to use, like I mentioned last week, when the skill gap comes down to, oh, your gun is just better than my gun, that fucking makes no sense. Not in the game. This isn't real life. I'm not pulling my fucking 45 out to you, and you got a 50 cal. Like, that's not what this is happening. Of course you got the better gun. Like, no, this is fucking Call of Duty. It should be just a balance, and everybody, you catch a body based on your skill. That's just me. Anyway. He says also, as part of this, that they saw another prototype is planned with Alex Mercer returning as the protagonist. Gameplay will involve shape-shifting, transforming into other people to infiltrate areas, and the game will be set in New York. Transforming into other people to infiltrate areas. So there's some stealth elements in there. I think that could be kind of cool in the game like that. Assassin's Creed, have a little bit more of that Assassin's Creed flavor, but also still make it alien-like in a way. I think that could be pretty enticing. I don't remember how the story ended in the first game. And I don't recall how the second game ties into that first game either. I know they used a different main character. It was a black dude for the second one. I thought the character was cool, the way he looked and everything, and I thought it was a good progression. I think you actually end up fighting Alex Mercer from the first prototype in the second game. I think he's like one of the bosses or something like that. But either way, for them to go back, I think it's the perfect time. I think Prototype's another one of those games that the 1 and 2 both need the UE5 treatment, that Ninja Gaiden 2 treatment. They need to be brought up to date, because those games are slept on, I think. I think a lot of people overlook those games. Again, I overlooked Prototype 2. If I did play it, I don't remember playing it like that. But I think that's one that you definitely bring back. I mean, Pong, what do you feel and think about the news about Black Ops 7 and some of these details that they're doing here? Again, interesting stuff like the Omni movement, including the wall running. Again, it seems like we're getting Call of Duty seems to be getting closer to a Titanfall than we'll ever get.
Nope, we're gonna get another one. Grub's wrong.
You think
Grub's
so?
good. Grub's gonna be wrong. Yeah, Grub's gonna.
Think so? We'll hope so. I mean, again, you speaking to me. I like the mechs in there. So
yeah.
What do you think about what's going on with Black Ops and also the whole prototype scenario?
I've said the same thing for a long time that Call of Duty should get a break and just do an expansion in the off year. And that's what they're doing here. But they're like you said, they market it, sell it as a full product, but we kind of come to the point where the general audience understands the in-between years now are going to be like this. Like this is like it's obvious what they're doing here. And I just wish they would just come out and say, we're just not doing a full scope Call of Duty on the off years. We're just going to give you this expansion pack, and we're going to sell you this expansion pack for $30, $40, right? Whatever it is. It's going to include new maps, all this kind of stuff. Like, it's great that they're doing a whole nother single player campaign and that kind of stuff, but that could just be the same thing. That could be DLC. Like, I don't know. It is what it is at this point. The shareholders, the money men are all going to say, just like ABK did all those years, you have to pull out a full Call of Duty every single year because it makes money. And you can't give that up voluntarily. So until the wheels fall off, one of my favorite sayings, we're just going to keep rolling this shit out. I think it does detract from the game. I think it has caused issues with Call of Duty. I think that, I think that over time, you're going to continue to wear down the Call of Duty brand. I'm not ever going to say that it's all of a sudden going to drop off the face of the planet, but I'm just saying that over time, we've seen it. And if something does come along, like another Fortnite, except that it's in the Call of Duty realm.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, even Zampello's Battlefield could do it again. You're going to have some real conversations about Call of Duty because you are, again, I'm not saying it's going to drop off the face of the planet. Nobody's going to be playing Call of Duty anymore. No, you're still going to sell millions and millions of copies every single year, no matter what happens. But do I see a weakness that could be exploited if, it is a big if, but if something comes along that replaces that feeling for people and it's new and fresh and does something different, yeah, I think there is a weakness right now. I think the armor is rusted. I don't think this is the unbeatable, unstoppable franchise that it was, 5-10 years ago. I think that there has been some luster lost. So I see that as continuing to kind of degrade over time if they continue to do it this way, but they are going to. So it is what it is. Again, happy to hear the announcements. I get super excited for Call of Duty every year, even though I say it's, I wind up stopping playing it, whatever else. And there's too many other games and I can't just keep playing Call of Duty. I still get excited for Call of Duty every year because I do like what they do with their campaigns. I love their marketing. I get hyped for them. It always looks freaking fantastic, right? It's a great franchise overall. So cool. Whatever. We're getting Black Ops again. Zombies is not my thing. So whatever. I like the open world zombies, right? So, but yeah, cool. We're gonna get Black Ops 7. Awesome. To be expected. Wall running, cool. I like the Omni movement. I really did like the movement. It did feel natural. When you play it for a while, I really thought that was the biggest change upgrade that Call of Duty's done in quite some time was the Omni movement. I thought it was really well done. So if they're going to add wall running, awesome, right? Like you said, used to that in Titanfall. So let's go. We'll do some wall running. As far as the prototype goes, listen, if this is real, this was one of the probably on a lot of people's short list for games if they had to take, from the ABK acquisition, if they had to take, 2, 3, 4 or 5 games IP from ABK, the back catalog, when Xbox bought them, what they would want Xbox to bring back. Prototype had to be on most people's top 3s, or a lot of people's top 3. Prototype is a really cool franchise because it allowed you to play the anti-hero, which doesn't happen a whole lot, and I think it should happen more. You guys know me. Like, again, RPGs give me the option to be bad. I'm gonna be quite bad in my games. It's different from who I am in real life. I like it. I like exploring that
for sure.
Yeah. I like exploring that. And Prototype was like that, the anti-hero. You know, and you could look at it differently as not completely a bad guy, just put in a really awful spot. Because if anybody gains superpowers in this day and age, yeah, the military is going to come after you. They're not going to let you roam free. Okay, we know that. So what are you going to do? Let yourself be captured? I wouldn't.
No.
Like, and if that means I got to attack the military because they're attacking me and use my powers against people, I'm going to try not to. But if it came down to that and it's me or them, yeah, I'm protecting myself, right? So there's a lot of that to this game as well, which I enjoy. And it would make anybody, even the best person out there, feel a certain type of way about the world and about the people in charge if you were in that position and they were constantly coming after you, right? It would be like, what the? Okay. Well, if this is how we're going to do it, then I kind of hate you guys. We're okay. Now you're my enemy. So yeah, I love that about the story. I love that about Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Again, it's been a long time since I've gone back to them. I was hoping they should already be in the back catalog. Again, I have a real big problem with how slow this roll and the ABK stuff has been. I think they're dragging their feet because I do believe they're going to, I'm talking Xbox is going to raise the price of Game Pass again here this year, probably right prior to the showcase, as has been their pattern. And I think then they're going to, drop the bad news and then, but here's a piece of candy. The ABK back catalog's dropping in there, or a lot of it's dropping in there to try to create that extra value after they just increase the price. But Prototype 1 and 2 is one of the ones that should have been in there already. Like, I just don't understand it. So I will go back and play them as soon as they drop back in there again, obviously. But if this is real, it's a great IP to bring back Steel. It has, again, it slots in with something that Xbox currently doesn't have in their lineup, right? It slots right in there. It's freaking fantastic to have. Is it Spider-Man? No, it's not Spider-Man. Is it Wolverine? Nah, it's not. No, it doesn't need to be because it's different. And if they bring it back correct, it'll be dope because a lot of people love that kind of storyline. And while we get a lot of hero games out there, we don't get that storyline. Sony had one, and people have been calling for it to come back in Infamous. I freaking love Infamous. Bro, Infamous.
I haven't played any of them.
It is so freaking good, man. Both of them are freaking amazing games. Infamous was dope. Infamous was one of my favorite Sony IPs out there. And a lot of people have been calling for that to come back because of that fact. They've got Spider-Man to play. They've got the superhero games to go play, but they still want Infamous to come back. Why? Because it's kind of that anti-hero role. And we don't see that. And it's kind of nice to have that freedom, right? And you get some different powers. So I think this would be a perfect game to come back out of the IP that they did acquire that has not been used in a long time. If they've got the right studio on this could be big. It's obviously going to go everywhere. It's not going to be Xbox exclusive. They're going to throw this shit everywhere.
Doesn't need to be.
But I think it's got a roll, Steel. I think it's got a roll amongst all the other ones. And I think they could find some surprising success if it is done well. If this is a full-fledged reboot, hey, we are making a current, AAA or at least high-end AA, but AAA prototype that we're bringing back, you could do pretty well in this day and age with that type of game. There's going to be a lot of people because his powers were dope. They gave you a feeling of very mature, very bloody, gruesome. I mean, you walk around, kill civilians all day long, bro. So, I mean, you could do that.
Lean into the Arkham type combat.
Yeah, and his powers were really dope. All of his powers were really cool. I think this is great, man. If this is true, I crossing my fingers it is. Take it all with a grain of salt. But if it is true, this is going to be a great comeback right here. This has potential to be a big one. So I'm on board for sure.
Bet. Well, there is a little bit of lease there. I know you guys last night talk a little bit about the Xbox showcase, because that was the other thing that was also announced this week as well. What is that, June 6th that the showcase is going to end up being? And at this point, it's going to be time to just be speculating up to that point. I don't know if I'm quite ready to kind of hint at or feel out what's going to end up being there. I do still think that a Gears of War or a Marcus Phoenix collection, if they're going to do it, is going to be at this show. Them having Outer Worlds 2, I still haven't had a chance to watch that 11 minutes of gameplay from Outer Worlds 2 yet. I heard it looked all right. I've also heard people that were kind of down on it, that it wasn't what it needed to be for them. So I kind of saw some up and down. Well, I mean, what you said? What happened?
I am so tired of this shit, Steel. Listen, I have been on here talking about how I would love for Obsidian to take on a big open world game like Bethesda, right? I have called Obsidian Bethesda's little brother, okay? They are who they are. They chose with Avowed to stick to what they know. And again, talked enough about Avowed. What was missing for me, it wasn't a full Obsidian game to me. They tried some new stuff that really worked. So there's good, there was bad with Avowed. What they originally showed was going to be something different, more akin to Skyrim, Bethesda, Elder Scrolls. They have obviously, as a studio, decided to lean into what they are best at for the time being, for the foreseeable future. They are going to make smaller RPG experiences than a big, massive Bethesda type game. They're going to lean into their character development. They're going to lean into their storytelling. They're going to lean into their decision consequence stuff. They're going to lean into what they have been doing for years. That is not going to change. The fact that people, again, there comes a time and point, people, if you're in this community and you're around the news all the time and you are engaged in this community because you are one of us, our chat, the podcasting community, whatever, that you are that passionate that you need to know what's going on in this industry. There is no way you can sit here and look at studios, and I don't care if it's Obsidian or pick any other studio that does what they do. After a time, you just have to know that's who they are.
Yeah.
And until they give you something completely different, like a Playground Games trying to make a Fable versus what they have become masters at.
That is literally the complete opposite.
Right. Until a studio decides to go outside of their norm, they are who they are. So to sit and think that Outer Worlds 2, that is already ready to release when it was just teased 3 years ago, and it looked like they had just started the game. Obviously, they've been working on it for longer than that, but this is a studio that Obsidian that we now know pumps out games like this, that this is their cadence. Like this is what they do. And this could potentially mean that we are getting a Fallout game from Obsidian much sooner than people are giving them credit for, because this is how Obsidian rolls. But why do they roll this way? Because they make these smaller experiences. So to expect that Outer Worlds 2 suddenly was going to be some big, grandiose, based in reality, more realistic looking game is just willful ignorance at this point.
Think so?
It really is. Yes, Steel. It is. It is. It completely is. They told you in that joke teaser trailer that they created that all they're doing is basically 2 times more everything. They're not changing the formula. They're not going to become something different. Like they're not all of a sudden going to show up 3 years after a teaser trailer and be like, "Oh yeah, we just created this whole massive world, open world, completely with realistic based graphics." And it's completely different from Outer Worlds 1. They're not going to do that. Outer Worlds 2 is going to be more of what Outer Worlds 1 was. If you liked Outer Worlds 1, like I did, a lot of people did, yeah, you're going to probably like or really like Outer Worlds 2 from what I saw, because they have worked on a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Right? They already talked about they leaning into the stealth now, which was always okay, but whatever. It was basic stealth. They are now leaning into that and trying to create a better stealth experience, which is great. They also said that they are leaning more into the RPG aspects, which the gameplay from IGN really didn't give you a chance to see. And I watched it. So that's going to be something for the deep dive come showcase, right? That's why they're going to do the deep dive on a showcase. But they said they're leaning in to the RPG aspects. And they said that they're also redoing or have increased the crafting in the game as well. So they already made some points about the stuff they actually have been working on in this game still. But otherwise, it's freaking Outer Worlds. Like, they're not going to all of a sudden become Naughty Dog. Like, this is not...
Well,
this idea
that... There's this point right here
right.
that Nick's brought up, and it's not just him, it's not just from him, because I know this is a point that people can make, and it's a fair point. It says, what if there's people that just believe that there should be an evolution to their games, like many other studios and genres have done in gaming history?
No, bullshit, Nixie. You can want that, but to expect that, no, I don't agree with that. Again, I always give credit where credit's due as developers grow up and continue to make new games. Absolutely. But if they are very good at something, why do they have to evolve? Again, you can say, well, I want them to, right? And or you could say, well, what they do isn't really or what they do isn't, I'm not a fan of. I wish they would do a little bit more here or do something like this, like I was talking about with Compulsion, right? I totally get that. You could say that as a fan, but to sit back and expect it, right? And to downplay or to expect it and then walk into the 11 minutes of gameplay from Outer Worlds 2 and go, oh my God, I thought I was going to get so much more than this. Why? They never said they were going to change their formula. They never said anything about that, right? Avowed, the criticism for Avowed came from the fact that the initial trailer showing was different from what they eventually released. And we know that they were doing a multiplayer game that got changed mid-course. So their whole vision from the beginning of Avowed did actually change during production. And so a lot of people were expecting one thing and then it turned out to be another thing, more in line with their normal stuff. But they never said they were going to change up the Outer Worlds experience. And again, we went through this with Bethesda. Why does Bethesda have to change? If Bethesda wants to change and they want to go try something new, great. Well, I'm more power to them. I'm all for it.
I mean, again, but obviously they did something right for me, because again, Starfield is my
it's not like there's
favorite Bethesda game.
Right. And my point was going to be, Steel, most of these dev studios, even if they don't make massive evolution changes to the way they make their games or the style of games, they do refine everything within those games. Bethesda obviously reworked their third person camera and animations. They obviously reworked their gunplay, their melee, all of it. That was all vastly improved in Starfield over previous games. They did actually go for the first time ever and do flight and space combat for the first time in every one of their games. And they obviously worked tremendously on that, because that felt as good as most veteran space shooters did in any genre. So studios still work on that. That's what I was saying before, is Obsidian's already come out and said that they've been refining and reworking some of their systems within Outer Worlds, and they already started to show that off with the gameplay. But I just think to expect it from a studio that has made a certain type of game, and especially on a game that is a sequel to a first game, to expect it to be suddenly vastly different or vastly more, I don't think that's realistic, and I don't think that's fair to the studio when they come out and drop 11 minutes of gameplay, which a lot of studios won't do. They gave IGN a look for 11 minutes of gameplay and said, here you go. I don't know. I think that's part of the attitude that we have nowadays. Like, I want Naughty Dog to make something different. Okay, I wanted Neil Druckmann to do something completely different with The Last of Us 2, right?
I mean, he is now.
I mean, I want them. But that's like any Naughty Dog fans, super Naughty Dog fans out there would look at me like I'm fucking insane, Why would I expect Naughty Dog to do something different?
I don't think Naughty Dog could do anything. They can't.
Okay, well that's a different conversation. What I'm saying is, though, the Naughty Dog fans would be the same way. They'd be like, "What do you mean you want them to do something different? Their freaking games are freaking awesome."
Multiplayer was too different for them.
So, but Obsidian does what they do great, and they've got a long history of it. Right. So, anyways, I just think it's kind of funny.
And I think, but Fahim, I think that's part of Paul's point, though. He says, again, Intergalactic is being made, but you can also say that Intergalactic is probably going to share a lot of similarities with what he did with Last of Us. Pong means more so like a different style of game, even like them going from, hey, we go from a Last of Us to a Sunset Overdrive as an example, or like, for an example, like Ninja Theory, you know, no matter how people may feel, because again, I know Devil May Cry has been getting a lot of flack based off of the Netflix show. Although, as a Devil May Cry fan, I thought the Netflix show was all right. I'm not saying it was the world's greatest, but I thought it was all right. But Ninja Theory did their own version of Devil May Cry, right? But they also did Heavenly Sword, and they also did Hellblade. Those are very different styles of games from each other. Even going from like a Heavenly Sword to a DMC, even that is different because you still have to understand what makes that game what it is, right? And try to get the story right and everything. So,
Nixie, what's better though?
Oh,
see, when you say that, that's an opinion.
Better is always going to be perspective,
but it's opinion based. So what's better?
Outside of, I understand what Nixie's speaking to, and like the whole perspective of, hey, you know, I want these people to do better than what they've done previously. And the only reason I say that is because when I make the comparison from going from Skyrim to like a Starfield, and the way that Starfield doesn't feel connected like Skyrim does, right? Although I've also heard people that say, hey, even in Skyrim, not everything, you know, there's a lot of time where not everything feels, you know, and not all the choices you make have an overall impact on the story or whatever the case might be, right? Not in the same way where Obsidian has seemingly with their games, right? Whether you want to say that's Avowed or you want to put it in the Fallout New Vegas as an example, that's what people want to see from the main Bethesda team. And again, that was one of my main complaints from Starfield as well.
But there was evolution, though. That's the problem. Nixie's saying evolve. Don't have to completely be different, but evolve. Yeah. But I'm just saying, Nixie, why aren't you understanding? They are evolving. They talked about it. They're refining the stuff that they do in their game, right? They are. That's evolution, right? It may not be the big evolution, but it's evolution, right? Refining what they do. They're not just slapping the space stuff out there. And again, there's nothing wrong with asking for better. I made my critical statements about Avowed. I dropped it after 80 hours, right? Avowed had something special to it, but they failed in a lot of areas to me, right? And I said that, but I'm just saying this is all opinion-based stuff. I'm just saying to look at Outer Worlds 2 and if you actually read the article and actually heard what the devs were saying, they are working on stuff within the game itself, and they're trying to make things better. So if that does count for evolution to you, well, they are doing that. They're evolving it. So I guess that's where we get hard. I just
pause.
Oh yeah, I suppose pause. I guess I didn't finish that. So yeah, that sounded bad. But yeah, that's where the conversation gets hard, is because it's going to be opinion based when we start getting down to it of what you believe is going to be evolution and what's not evolution. I mean, I just don't. I don't. I mean, again,
people saying what Nintendo's doing is evolution, and we've seen all
evolution
this before.
For them, but we've seen it all before, right? And every dev's different.
It's perspective.
So this is really hard. This is really hard territory because every dev is different and how they approach this stuff, right? I mean, is Doom the Dark Ages evolutionary? I mean, I'm asking that question.
And some people would say it's even regressed.
Some people would say it's regressed, right? Sure. But is it evolutionary?
I mean, I've heard that side of it.
Do we need Doom to evolve even more? I mean, they've gone back. Right, because they got away from the grounded instead of they made it more grounded, right? Yeah. So is that evolution? I don't know. I'm not saying that I have the answer for that. I just think it's a weird conversation that people look at a studio, especially a known IP, right, and then look at it and see it for the first time, whether or not, and Nixie, you're probably right. Again, I don't like that they gave it to IGN, but it doesn't matter. They did give gameplay. I have zero problems looking at that gameplay, and as an Outer Worlds fan, going, that's freaking Outer Worlds. I'm down. Let's go. Looks like they've done some cool shit. Like, I'm ready for it.
That's what Nixie's saying. He's saying, like,
yeah,
it's a Doom evolved for the better. And again, we won't know that for sure until we actually play the game.
But how do we know that Outer Worlds 2 hasn't evolved for the better? But how do we know that Outer Worlds 2 hasn't evolved for the better? How do you know without playing Doom: The Dark Ages if it's evolved for the better?
I mean, but like, for the example, for like Doom, from going from the previous Doom Eternal, was that Doom Eternal? Going from Doom Eternal to now Doom: The Dark Ages, even you have said it's an improvement for you because they took out the platform.
For me, sure, right? But it's not going to be for everybody.
Right, no, and that's the great.
And to go back to Fahim's point about Naughty Dog making Intergalactic a new IP. Do you think every Naughty Dog fan is going to be happy they're making Intergalactic? I've already seen a bunch of people pissed off they're making Intergalactic.
Yeah, they want them to be working on Last of Us 3. And Neil
so if Intergalactic comes out, if Intergalactic comes out and does not have the hit that Last of Us does, do you think there's going to be some Naughty Dog fans who go, see, told you they should have just gone back to make The Last of Us? So there are people there's still Naughty Dog fans who believe that they should still be making Uncharted right now because of how great Uncharted was.
So, like, I want to ask, like, chat, so do you think that Starfield is an evolution from Oblivion? I'm just trying to stay in the same line of games. Because Nixie brings up the point. He says he's not bringing up Dark Ages. He's just saying the IP has evolved. And I agree. The IP has evolved, right? But isn't Starfield an evolution of...
How many Dooms do we have? Oblivion? Over how many years? Wait, how many Dooms do we have?
It's been over 30. Yeah, it's been over. Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about tech evolution as well in there. How many Outer Worlds do we have? 1 from last gen. Not that, like, over halfway through last gen. Just, 6 years ago? 7 years ago? So, to say that Doom has evolved, of course it has. Right? It's been over a massive amount of time. This is their second game in the series, right? I don't think that's a fair comparison if we're talking about that type of evolution, right? I totally agree with you, Nixie. Of course it's evolved. Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's actually fair just from the standpoint of how long those two titles have been around. I don't know. This is me. Decano, $5 says, considering where Obsidian and by proxy In Exile started at the studios and the games have evolved more and survived longer than most. Yeah. And I agree, Decano. And this is a sequel. I mean, this is an IP that just came out last gen, and this is a sequel to that. I mean, again, I got to see more of it for sure. And obviously, like Avowed, I have zero problems. I love Obsidian. Zero problems critiquing Obsidian at all and their games. I don't, obviously, with Avowed. I'll wait and see until I see more of Outer Worlds 2. I can't wait to see the deep dive, but I think that they are evolving the systems within that game. But we'll see how much that actually is and whether or not people consider that evolution. But again, I don't know. He says, Pong, I'm sure Outer Worlds 2 appears to be more ambitious in size and probably budget. It should feel different than the first in some ways.
It probably will.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That with the refinement, what they're doing, the stealth already feels different just from what I saw. Like, the stealth already did that. So, again, I'll have to see the rest of the game, and I need to see the deep dives and more systems. I just think it's a weird concept to look at a game that is a sequel like that from the same studio and go, this is more of the same. That's generally what it is. I want to see studios not reinvent the wheel on a good formula and just improve upon what they did in the first game. And I think from what we're hearing, that's exactly what Obsidian's doing. Again, if it comes out, it's not that way. I'll be here talking about it. But I'm just saying, it looks like that's exactly what Obsidian's doing. Taking what's great from the original formula and just making improvements, refining it, and bringing me the sequel. Like, and maybe potentially making it bigger. Hey, that's cool with me. That's all I want.
No, and I mean, and that's coming off the heels of, because Outer Worlds is getting its own special, essentially, viewing right after the showcase. That's where this entire thing spun off of. So obviously there is something, they have enough belief in it that to give it its own spot. And and again, since I haven't seen the gameplay for the second game, it's hard to be like, oh, this is what I saw from it, this is what I got, and kind of go from there. Again, Avowed does have me interested in what Obsidian can possibly bring to the table. I've also seen plenty of Grounded, what they could bring to the table there. And again, I've also seen plenty of New Vegas as well, to give me plenty of faith that they can release a good product. Not just because Avowed didn't speak to me doesn't mean that now Outer Worlds may not speak to me. But again, I haven't played the first game either, and I'm not going to play the second game if I haven't played the first game. That's just the type of person I am. So I do want to end up watching it at some point just to get a kind of idea of what they're going for and whether it is that improvement. I did hear people say that whoever played the game at IGN was playing it slowly. And now I will say that about a lot of games as well, is that when you're first presenting a game, I'm not expecting for. Well, I'll put it to you like this. I'll take.
They were showing off stealth, by the way, Steel. So.
Oh, okay. So they were showing off stealth. So to even say that doesn't necessarily make sense.
I mean, that was a portion of the segment. So again, I don't know.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But people were saying the person that was playing was acting like it didn't present the game well. That's essentially what they
I can't wait till someday I have my own channel. I want to see how people feel about my gameplay. It's gonna be hilarious, Steel. It's gonna be hilarious.
Everybody plays. That's how
everybody plays differently.
That's how I feel too.
Everybody, but it's gonna be wild to watch people's reaction, because obviously I'm not gonna present myself as some great game player, because I'm not. Like, again, I'm old and I've lost a lot but I just want to see how people react when I play an RPG and I'm looking in every single fucking corner and I'm searching around. I just want to see how people go. Why are you there? Where are you going? What are you doing? Why aren't you going on the story? The mission's that way. I cannot wait till that day. It's gonna be hilarious to watch it. Anyway, sorry. People judging other people's. There's certain things like first person combat, first person shooters where you can judge somebody's gameplay. Like I'm a average, below average first person shooter. Okay, that's fine. You could judge skill in those types of games, but in an RPG setting, like how are you going to judge how somebody's playing that game? Like there's no right or wrong way to play an RPG.
I mean, everybody's going to have their own perspective, right? No matter what.
No. I know. I'm just saying that.
There's some puzzles. There's sometimes puzzles in games that, again, I get subconscious about that shit too. What if somebody was watching me do this puzzle? Like there was some in even in Jedi Survivor where there was some puzzles. I was just like, bro, if somebody was watching me do this right now, they'd probably fucking say I'm stupid as fuck, right? Like I'm just trying to figure shit out. Like
I'm just saying, movement and like how you explore in RPGs is completely up to you. Like it's like there's no set right way to do that. It's weird. Anyway.
But there is something to say, because that's what I was going to speak to is I am very partial to when you're showing off a game that you need to have somebody that knows what they're doing to demonstrate the game so you can show it in its best light. Yeah. Kind of like how, you were backing up a little bit. I heard you guys talking about Perfect Dark, right? The moment combat that we saw. And I know there's a lot of people who also said that they feel like that's not iterative from the game, right? There's doubts there for people. So, and it was shown very well, whether that was gameplay or not. If it was, shout out to the person who was playing the game. They obviously knew how to play. And I think that's more so what does matter, because anytime, and I'm the guy that says all these games that come out, there needs to be, especially from the bigger publishers, there's no reason why you don't have teams. It doesn't even have to be big teams, 3-man teams who aren't on your social media constantly posting about whatever game that you have releasing or coming out. And you have people that actually, maybe you have one dedicated person, a couple of people, whatever the case, for that game to demonstrate it in its best light at least 6 weeks before 6 to 9 weeks before launch. That's what I would like to see. And I do find it weird when it's presented a certain way, because it gives people not the best perspective. So again, it's fair if there's critiques people had for it and whatnot. Sure. Apparently there's some stuff for Marathon going live right now.
Mm-hmm. They're getting the countdown going. So
tune it in real quick.
10 minutes. Keely's got it up. Everybody's got it up.
So I'm gonna let you guys decide. I don't have much else to say about the showcase and whatnot. What's happening with that? At least I'm not ready to speak about what's possibly going to be there. Right. We do want to get into the speculation of it all. at some point, but we have 2 months, ladies and gentlemen, before that happens, and things can change within the next month, especially depending on what we see from Marathon today, depending on what else can be announced. We know there's a lot in the chamber. So I think we got a lot to ramp up and still kind of take in consideration before we break further into it. The other thing that I wanted to throw into we talked about this last week as well, right? We talked about $80 games, price tags going up. So I do think that it may be a somewhat of a repeat that we would possibly be doing, but I'm more than willing to talk about how Doug Bowser feels that variable pricing is something that Nintendo should consider for their games. I want to figure out why Doug Bowser figured out he's a good salesman. I ain't gonna lie to you. He sticks to his guns. Hey, this is why we've done these innovative things. But real quick, I'll just go down a couple things from Doug Bowser's recent interview justifying the $80 price tag, and it's taking advantage of variable pricing. Says what you see right there is variable pricing. We'll look at each game, or really look at the development that goes into the game, the breadth and depth of the gameplay, if you will, the durability over time, and the repeatability of gameplay experience. Although they're selling you a console at $449, to get the game included is $500, $49.99. Meaning, if your base console is $449 and you are selling the game for $49 additionally, then your game is worth $49. But you are upcharging an additional $30 if people buy it by themselves. So you can sell it for a certain price if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But you know that people would pay $80. Again, I've seen people justify it. And I see, again, more and more this week, I've seen people go back and rely on the conversation piece of, hey, well, it's your money, it's your hobby. You invest in whatever you want to invest in. You do what makes you happy. And I just want to say to everybody, and you can take, and anybody out there, you can take it offensively. I hope you don't, though. That's not the fucking point. It's really not. I kind of just like, when I hear that, I just want to say, duh. Duh, it's a hobby. Duh, you have a choice to spend money. Duh, you don't have to. Duh. The point is, Nintendo, in my perspective, is the last company that this should be okay for and just be ignored or looked over, or people say, oh, well, it's these style of games, and for what you're getting, can you really be mad? Oh, they're going to support their console. Well, they're going to release a Piranha Plant webcam that has a 480p camera in it for $10 more expensive than what their base camera is. Oh, they're just giving you an option for a webcam, man. Oh, still, they're giving you game chat, man. Oh, the 5 frame per second game chat that they were sharing, they said that was intentional so they can maintain the performance on the Nintendo Switch, and you could still have access to be able to do those things.
And that's behind the paywall as well.
And it is behind the paywall as well. To use the button that is on your controller, you know how Xbox put a share button on their controller? What if Xbox charged you every time that you hit that share button? PlayStation, they got a share button on that controller? What if when you hit that share button, it popped up the store and said, hey, if you want to use this share button,
signed into your login.
$4.99.
Xbox Live. You got to have your Xbox Live.
If you ain't got $4.99, you can't use your share button.
Business, baby.
You have features that are now in your heart, that are a piece of your hardware, and they're telling you that you have to pay to use. Nintendo, you are not BMW. You are not Mercedes. You are not any of these other foreign car companies that say that we can charge you for heating in your leather seats. The amount of strength that Nintendo has gained working off of nostalgia is toxic. It really is. Where's Smash Brothers at? It's been how long since you released that last one? And you're talking about Mario Kart? Where's Smash Brothers at? Oh, we ain't worried about that because you can sell the same old shit. Say, oh man, we got the Forza Horizon version of Mario Kart. You can drive off the track now. Look, that's cool. I'll be freely to admit it's cool. Is it $80 cool? I don't think so.
Well,
off of a generation that sold over 130 million consoles, is the most successful console generation out of the big three. What are we doing? And now it's excusing and telling you variable pricing applies to their games. So Nintendo games are worth $80, but South of Midnight isn't. But Hellblade isn't. But what other game we want to put on the table? Halo isn't. But what else we got? Ghost of Tsushima isn't. God of War isn't. So if that's the case, then those games should be $100. Well, that's what Nintendo is saying.
Eventually, what could happen here?
And games don't need to be $100. And using the reasoning of, inflation, this, that, and the other thing. Again, I just feel like taking it that direction is a loss in the plot. I'm not telling you to not spend your money on whatever you choose to spend your money on. I don't care. But we also have to admit when things are very two-faced. Certain things that work for certain companies don't work for others. Certain things that work for certain brands don't work for other brands. And that is more obvious in gaming than it is in others. In any other industry, you continue to see it. So again, I'm going to disagree with it. I thought this was nasty work from Doug Bowser. I made a post that said this is the most crackhead behavior that I've ever seen. They are the dealer. They literally are, and are blatantly telling you we are putting fentanyl on this shit, and we don't care. You're gonna buy it anyway. So now you're buying this fitted out Nintendo Switch that don't even have an OLED screen. Hey, looks better than people say. Oh, the LCD does look better than the last one. Although you just had an OLED on your previous Switch. They couldn't use that. Wasn't that OLED screen bigger?
No.
It was the same size?
I thought it was the same size.
I thought the OLED screen was a little bit bigger. Maybe I'm off. But either way, it's just crazy to me, man. And next, that's 100%. All the companies are dealers. All the companies got something to sell you. Again, right now, the Xbox's drug is Game Pass. 1,000%. But they got games coming too. They got more of that re-rock coming around the corner. They got more options. When you look at the other dealers, they only got, they got some Reggie, they got a little bit of mid, maybe they got a little high, a little bit of high grade. But they ain't got Coke. Xbox got Coke. They ain't got the acid. Xbox got the acid. You know what I'm saying? They got the little something extra for you. That's what I mean. And that's just how it's kind of coming across. Nintendo, they are literally the Yakuza of the gaming industry. Point blank period. They are the top of the top when it comes to the Mafia. I don't think they're selling a product that's bad. That's devaluing their product, Dixie, but I get it. Pong, is there anything else that you want to add on additionally to Doug Bowser's thoughts? I've heard some of what you said.
I could,
and
but
you spoke to the same thing.
This is starting. Yeah, this is starting. So we should bring it up. Bring it up. Phil made the rare X post, brother. Phil showing up on X. Yeah. Phil showed up on X promoting Bungie. Says, thanks to the team at Bungie, I got to visit and see the incredible work they are doing on Marathon the Game. This reveal is going to be worth watching.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So,
let me bring the window up for you guys.
Yeah, let's do it. We don't get the cold stream very often.
Hopefully the audio gets started here.
Oh, the music is good.
I need this ad to go away.
It will.
Go away, ad. Go big screen. This is the only reason I want to watch it on YouTube.
All right, everyone. Hello and
Live audience? Wow.
Where we're coming to you live with the opportunity to share a little bit of marathon gameplay with you
Here we
for the
go.
very first time. My name's Andy.
All right,
I work on the
guys.
social media team here, and we've got an awesome show lined up for you with a little surprise at the end that you're going to want to stick around to. So make sure to go ahead and not tune out early.
Let me know how it sounds for y'all. I can either turn it up or down.
I'm joined by some of my teammates here at Bungie to walk us through some of what we're going to be seeing today. So no time like the present. Let's get into the show. First things first, this gentleman here to my right, to your left, is Marathon's game director, Mr. Joe Ziegler. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Super excited to finally show something about our game.
Turn up.
We've been a little bit silent for a while, but we're hoping you'll have a lot of fun.
Turn up,
Yeah,
Eastside
we'll have
says.
another video in addition
Could be
to
louder,
just
Fuzzy
you in your
said.
office hanging out. So
Exactly,
it'll be
yeah.
nice.
I won't
How
be
about
talking
that?
for like 20 minutes straight this time. I promise, yeah.
So for anyone out there that may not know you or what you do here, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
I work with a lot of amazing people, some of the people on this stage, a lot of people who are
That's
sort of
good.
in the
Perfect.
audience here today. My goal is ultimately to take sort of all the ideas that we have, bring them together into a singular experience, and help to deliver that experience as a single thread. So, just love that.
Thank you very much for being here today, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. As we go on down the line, we're also joined by a man who's been instrumental in bringing the worlds of both games and film to life, our franchise art director, Mr. Joe Cross.
More volume?
Joe, how's it going?
Okay. Right. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Joe, for anyone, obviously you've got some fans here, but for anyone out there in the audience at home that may not know you or doesn't get a chance to work with you, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, so I'm Joe Cross. I'm franchise art director of Marathon. And my job is to sort of set the tone and the vision, the visual style of this.
Doing a great job, Joe.
IP.
Doing a great
Yeah,
job.
he's fucking knocking it out the
game.
park, Joe. Shout out
And
to
then,
you.
make
You've
sure that
done
our world-class
phenomenal
art
with the
team
visuals.
is set up for success.
For sure.
Paving the way a bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for everything.
I've
We're going to have a
done-
lot to dig
done
into
that.
today, so thank you for being here as well.
Thank you.
As we go right on down the line, we have, without a doubt, the most important Andrew on this stage here today, our gameplay director, Mr. Andrew Witz. How's it going, Witz? Witz, for anyone out there that may be just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, Andrew Witz. I'm the gameplay director. What basically means is I had to work with a bunch of awesome people to set up what the survival sandbox of Marathon is going to be. So that's runners, weapons and equipment, and the combatants, the UESC. They're going to be hunting players on Tau Ceti. So yeah, what up
Main
to the
person to
gameplay
blame,
team.
the gameplay
Thank you
right.
all for all your work.
And of course, last but exceptionally not least, someone who you've
villain.
probably seen in Bungie Vidocs in the past, and someone who's been able to help guide design here at Bungie since Halo 3. The one, the only senior design lead here, rather, the one, the only Mr. Lars Bakken.
Since Halo 3, huh?
Thank you.
Lars, we're back.
You could say Marathon's back.
You could.
Same.
I like those
I'll leave that
silkworms.
to you, though.
I
Well,
like
for
those
anyone
silkworms.
out there
I
in the
got
audience who may not
the
get that
cyber
reference and is
silkworm.
just meeting you for the first time, can you
Yeah,
tell
I
us just a
like
little bit
this.
about yourself and
Yeah.
what you do here?
Yeah, my name is Lars Bakken. I'm a senior design lead on the Run team. Shout out to Run team, everyone that's out there right now. A lot of fans out there. So the Run team is consisting of, we make the maps, so the zones that you're going into.
Sword.
We make the activities, so we take some of the cool stuff that Andrew's team, we remix it, we add the UESC in, we make them real difficult on purpose. And then we also have the contracts team, which are the factions, the corporations that players are sort of doing deals with because they're mercenaries. And so, and that gets a little bit down into sort of the missions and everything. And so that's the stuff I hopefully make everyone proud with.
Well, we'll get into that here very shortly, but no, thank you all for starters all for being here. Before we get started as well, a quick reminder, do yourself
Tim,
a
he
favor,
said
make sure
factions.
you've got your Bungie and your Twitch account linked to make sure you don't miss out on the Twitch drop that's going on right now. And if you also go ahead and subscribe to any channel in the Marathon directory, you can get a special little cat badge next to your name to go ahead and show everyone that you were here today. So go out there, find a streamer you haven't found before, and make sure and drop a sub out there and share the love. And also, if you have dropped your sub
I do
here
want
on
that
Marathon the
silkworm
Game,
shirt.
worry not, that money all
I ain't
goes to
gonna
the
lie.
Bungie Foundation, so thank you for helping us help them do some good out there. And now we have a big show again lined up. We've got some gameplay on the way coming up very shortly. We had a chance to go ahead and work with some creators and press very recently, and we're going to
definitely
show
wanna
you
get
what they
started
thought
with
of the
gameplay
game. And of course, again, I'll repeat
Yeah, I
myself.
moved it to the
but we've got
bottom of the
something really
screen. Is
great
that
for you
better?
At the end of the show, so make sure and stick around.
It's better.
But
Let's see how it lines
again,
up with the
purpose
gameplay.
of today is to
Yeah,
show
that's
some
all.
gameplay.
Might have
It's
to
in
shrink
one
this
thing.
and
Get
shrink
the hand the mic.
Oh, you got our
Yeah,
volume
so
thing.
before we
marker
get
still at the
started,
top,
obviously
though,
there's a lot
just so you know.
to talk about today.
Oh, okay.
We have a little bit of a taste to show you about what our game is about, just to kick us off, so we can put some images to what we've been talking about here.
Okay.
So
Okay. Right,
let's take a look.
All right. Oh. I really like the visuals.
Death. The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Yours. Now. Run.
Oh, okay. Put a bubble down, okay. Oh, they gave a release date.
Yeah, they sure did.
September.
They're ready.
All right.
September.
Everyone, first things first, you saw that correctly. Marathon will be releasing just later this year on September 23rd, so you'll be able to ship out to Tau City very shortly.
I really like that art
and
style.
in addition to that, coming just later this month on April 23rd, we're going to be running a closed alpha test that you can be a part of. Now, as a quick heads up, this is going to be
Got the
focused
info
on
out the
North
way.
America, 18 plus only. So there's going to be a big chance to play up front, but don't worry, there's going to be other opportunities to play later. So to make sure you're caught up with all the details and you're ready to go, do yourself a favor, head over to our Discord at discord.gg/marathonthegame. And of course, if you're here in Twitch chat with us today, then you've already done yourself a big favor. Members of our community and moderation teams are going to be going out and looking for folks to drop codes to as well to make sure that you can get priority access when the alpha kicks off. So go ahead and keep an eye out on your inbox. There's no exclamation point drops or anything you need to do, though I'm sure folks will do it anyway. But worry not, you've gone ahead and done yourself a favor by being here today. But let's get into it. What did we just see?
A lot of death, is first what we all saw. But honestly, you saw a first glimpse of some of what's going on in Marathon, our extraction shooter that we're creating over here. And it's got a little bit of everything. It's got some runners in there. It's got some weapons in there. It's got some crazy stuff happening, but yeah.
Yeah, a little taste of the weapons in there. You saw some alternate weapon actions. The flip scope is in there, so weapons are going to do more than just shoot, obviously. It's a Bungie game. We got to really push things. A lot of runner abilities are in there as well. The UESC, obviously a little taste of the UESC and what they're capable of. A lot of awesome stuff.
And some fun world interactions too. Like there's that sequence where the shutters go down and then everything goes wrong for the team that's in that room. But it's pretty cool to see those things.
Yeah, everything goes wrong with the Andy Salisbury story. Mr. Ziegler, so why are we making Marathon? Why is Bungie going into the extraction shooter space?
Extraction shooters are something that are a passion of all of ours. Like we really like the idea of bringing this experience that we've all enjoyed, which is this kind of intense survival-based experience where you are frequently unsure of what's going to happen next, but you're on that adventurous ride of it. It's like, we talk about it sort of like it's a horror story that's kind of unfolding before you, and testing yourself to see if you can survive it. And we really wanted to take that and sort of, bring a lot more people into it. When you love something, you really kind of want to just, attract others to it, and so you can have a bigger party with it. And so, we've been doing a lot of work to make that happen.
Yeah, no, it shows. And Lars, obviously, Bungie's got a long history of shooters, but this is a new type altogether for us to dive into. From your side, what's it been like designing for all of this?
It's been fantastic. So when I started at Bungie, it was on the multiplayer team. And I am a competitive person in my nature. I really enjoy PvP.
Important for him.
And so having to take that in the marathon game and think about every single angle of every design, knowing that there will be other human beings in, around, and on the other side of it has just been fascinating and really exhilarating for myself personally, and I also know for the team.
It's been really exciting to see. And obviously you mentioned we saw a lot. We saw some runners. Mr. Witz, can you do me a favor and help introduce these 4 runners that are going to be available when the closed alpha test begins?
Yeah, for sure. We'll have 6 runners at launch, but we're focusing on the core 4 here they're going to be in the alpha. So going left to right, we have Locust. Locust is our soldier kind of fantasy, our soldier kit, all about push forward gameplay, right? The first one in, trying to get as many picks as possible, right? Against either the UESC or other players. Next, we have Blackbird. It's a very reconnaissance-based kit, all about figuring out where players and enemies are in general.
Notice he said against the UESC or
Glitch
other
is
players.
like our agile disruptor kind of kit, all about pushing forward, disrupting enemy teams and what they're doing, and getting out and kind of having that kind of cycle. Void is our stealth boy, our sneaky boy, all about throwing down smokes, going a full active camo cloak. Into the darkness, getting some reses, and then taking some people by surprise. So yeah, this is our core 4 right now for
Very
alpha.
exciting. A lot of different places to choose from out of the gate.
Absolutely.
And even furthermore, Joe Cross, also, if anyone's not following Joe Cross on
Nah,
Twitter,
Game Shark, they're showing more.
You've been sharing some art with these runners pretty recently out there on Twitter with everyone. Before the show, we were talking a little bit, and I've heard this come up a lot, but you guys have been working off of this concept of graphic realism. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is and what that means for the design here?
Yeah, it's one of our ingredients that we've sort of conjured up to help us define the visual world. For these runners, the first thing we wanted to make sure was their visual fantasy reflected the gameplay fantasy well. And then we sort of have our unique recipe of influences and inspirations for the reimagining of this world. And one of those sort of constraints we've created is this idea of graphic realism, where we kind of reduce the amount of geometry, we limit our materials, we use a lot of graphic design and color, and we sort of use it as a tool to onboard artists who are working on the project. And then it doesn't hurt to have a world-class concept team cranking this stuff out. And that's sort of the origin of a lot of these designs.
Yeah. And obviously the world of Marathon has so much legacy to it as well. As a kid who grew up playing it, I know it well myself. But what's it been like stepping into this world?
It's amazing. For art geeks out there, the sort of the father of the Marathon visual world in a lot of ways is this guy Craig Mullins, who you see art represented on the left. Started out as a fan. Then got incorporated into the IP officially by Bungie, and so his legacy looms super large. And we've always tried to, pay attention, pay homage, make sure we were doing justice. And you can see here in the center, this is kind of a proto-runner we developed early in the process to make sure that, our sort of approach to graphic realism and style lined up and sort of represented that. And then on the right here, sort of an evolution into one of our actual runners here, Blackbird. With a similar fantasy and composition. So I think it's working out well, and I think we're doing something new, but also sort of looking back.
It's like a 3-panel study on how to hold the spine, right? Is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah.
Is it a spine?
I don't know.
Having that green background doesn't do it much justice.
Excellent. Well, that said, if anyone out there in Twitch chat as well has any questions,
Break
go ahead and drop them in. We're going to try and
consoles
answer
on
as many as we
April 29th, by the
can.
way.
We're going to be
Use
showing again a lot of stuff
Xbox.
today.
Just
So if you've got anything
Game
that comes
Shark
to
was something
mind,
about that.
please feel free to throw it in there. Folks on the community team are going to be keeping an eye out. But we've obviously got a chance to go ahead and dive a little deeper. We've done some telling. Let's go ahead and do some more showing by taking a bit of a deeper dive into some more Marathon gameplay.
Let's do it.
There we go. I guarantee you, I agree with y'all though. That cut, if that's supposed to be we're gonna put this on TV cut, the ad cut, they need to recut it. It didn't look the way it should.
It's actual gameplay.
is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats.
So there is PV.
To scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune.
Well, PvEVP.
The environments of Tau Ceti 4
Not everybody's going
are
to like
filled
it,
with
but I
weapons,
really love the
materials,
aesthetic.
and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead.
Ooh,
Your
LMG.
objective is
Go.
simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable.
Like
But
Destiny
it's never
inventory
the
there.
end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents. And in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out, to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner.
Solo runner.
No 2 runs in Marathon ever play out the same. With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation? Slip into the shadows as Foy and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implants and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends, grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need.
Yep.
You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination.
So everybody
glitches.
you can pick whatever class you want.
Ranked play,
Yeah, 3
discovering
glitches.
secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4. Remember, you're only ever 1 run away from your next big score.
All right. It's a decent amount of gameplay. All right.
I don't think it
Let's
looks
get into
worse
breaking
than
this
Conquer.
down.
No,
So,
remake. No. I was gonna say when we talk about cool factor, this has got cool
Bungie
factor
is the Richest
versus
Marathon.
Concord.
Joe Cross, from your
Concord
standpoint,
had no
facilitating
soul,
gameplay
no
with your art
personality.
style. Again,
This has
what was
got
it like kind of
personality.
approaching this from
For
your
sure.
perspective?
At least in
What
my
are you looking to
opinion.
do?
Again, remake. If you totally disagree, you totally disagree.
You know,
Art's in the eye of the beholder.
build on a legacy.
Always.
The narrative of Marathon is incredibly rich and like inspirational, easy sort of inspiration for art.
Yeah, it's
I also
in the eye of the beholder remake.
Love just sort of having the keys to this
%.
car from this era, working on a game from this era. I love older games. I love the way the games look from the PS1, PS2 era. So there was a lot for us, and like I said, paying homage to some of the great sort of iconic artists of the time. So
yeah, and also we had some keen-eared folks in chat. I think it's Joey Wolfinder asked if this is Ben Starr. Yep, Ben Starr was the narrator of that piece. Excellent ear.
Great voice, right?
Yeah, super
Great
cool,
voice.
yeah.
Wonderful voice.
He's almost an Andrew Witz, but he does his best. But all right, I'm gonna put you on the spot with a tough one, Mr. Joe Ziegler.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite runner?
Ooh, controversial question. I play a variety of them, but I will say probably the one I end up playing the most is Blackbird. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Any Blackbird mains out there? I like playing Blackbird because it's a great crew runner. Like it's in terms of being able to provide a lot of information, provide a lot of support. It's also a great runner that's kind of helps to counter a lot of strategies that can occur, especially ambush strategies that happen. Also to catch Void out of position if Void's trying to hide. So yeah, there's a lot of versatility to how you can play it.
Very fun, Mr. Witz. I think you and I share the same main. I got to ask as well. Who's your go-to runner?
Oh, I split my time between Locust. I'm a very push-forward kind of player, as Joe reminds me all the time, because I'm pushing too much,
You don't even have a W key. It just goes.
I just love to go fast forward. That's right.
Yeah.
And so, that push-forward gameplay that Locust kind of has, right? Being like the first to try and get a pick, seeing somebody out of position, going for that pick. Also, I like to play glitch a lot too. Again, I really love that disruption playstyle. I love just finding an enemy crew trying to exfil, trying to extract, and then taking the arm cannon and just knocking them out of the zone, and now they're trapped with me and hopefully my teammates. Joe,
I'm scanning. I'm looking for enemies. It's good, yeah.
To that same end, actually, as you guys kind of discuss the runners, Destas in chat asks, what's the pacing targets to the gameplay? Are there any movement
Later, Ghost Wolf.
mechanics?
There are a lot of movement
Appreciate you.
mechanics inside of the game, but it varies. Your effectiveness varies per runner.
Yeah, everything in we're making a survival sandbox, which means everything kind of has to have a cost, right? And so if you want to go fast, if you want to go fast, Locust has a super sprint, so to speak. They have leg jets that kind of come on to help you sprint even faster. That causes heat. So basically, it's almost like a stamina system, but we call it heat because we're these awesome mercenary cyborgs, right? Where the body overheats, and so this character has some mobility, but you overheat quite a bit. So that's kind of the cost that's there, and so that's what pushes us into finding implants that maybe expand how much your heat meter, and also give you more agility, so you can even go even faster, right? So yeah, there's a lot of cost in the game in terms of when we place a mobility thing in there, we really want to make sure. It's how does this affect the pace, and how does this affect the overall survival sandbox?
And to be fair, we're still looking at the alpha builds. We got to balance a lot of stuff because some stuff is kind of sketchy. Yeah.
No, we have a lot to learn. That's why we're doing this, right?
Yeah, I mean, and actually, while we're talking about kind of those finer details, Witz, I'd love to still kind of bug you a little bit. In Marathon, build crafting is a big deal. What does that mean in the world that you guys are building?
Yeah, and so the runners are essentially a base, right? And so each runner has, they have a bunch of implants that you can kind of find that do kind of wild things, and as they go up in rarity, right? There's a lot of stats, so you can increase your resistance to certain things. So Tox is one, so you can essentially be poisoned, right, as our Tox, and so you can build up resistances to that. You can increase your agility. There's shields, obviously, to make you a bit more durable. We have cores. Cores are really cool. They basically give you extra passives. And at the base rarity, like they have these kind of passive that you kind of play around. At the highest rarity, they are specific to the runner kit that you have, the runner you're playing. And what they do is they really augment your abilities wildly, right? So you can, you're doing one thing and then you get like a chord specifically for glitch, and now you're like, oh, my double jump is a triple jump? Like that's how much we want to kind of push that, so that gear really matters. And so builds are like completely the implants, the cores, weapons, weapon attachments. Weapons have like a pretty cool progression too. We have gold mods, which are kind of like the highest end of the attachment pool. They're essentially like exotics in our game, right? What is the exotic version of this Magnum that can do some wild stuff? So yeah, like really it's the entire package together is what the build crafting experience is in Marathon.
Is there a
Super
loss?
exciting. And actually, to that same end, we got a question in chat as well from, I think, Firex is how you pronounce it. How many players are going to be in each map?
Varies per map.
Yeah, it varies per map.
Got it.
The footage that people have seen a lot of, Dire Marsh, we support up to 18 players.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So going to be room for a lot of play styles. To that same end, I know we taled a little bit about Void earlier as well. Lars, can you walk us through maybe just your play style when you're approaching any of these runs?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and sell out the best strategy.
I have to give away my secrets. So Void is really fun for me because it leans into this part of my personality that is like very devious. And so, if you go on a run with me, I'll be like, hey, any claymores you see, let me know. And I'm putting those in my backpack and I'm doing crazy things like, okay, so Void has a prime ability that sends out, I think you saw it in the video, it sends like a wall of smoke that sort of like your home base when you do that, it's a portable. Because when you go in that, you become invisible, you get automatic active camo. So I'll do things like set that up to make people believe I'm doing one thing and then do another. So a lot of subversive things. I'll go in there and I'll claymore the inside, right? Someone comes in after me, they're gonna have a very bad time. But I also do things like I'll go to a place in the zone where there's high tier loot and I'll claymore it up and then close all the doors and leave and be like, I wonder if anyone's gonna show up. And then sure enough, maybe 5 minutes later I see the shield crack in the HUD and I'm like, yes, I can go back and see what's going on. So yeah, that's how I like to play.
Yeah. How about you, Joe Cross? What's your go-to?
Well, if you know me, I'd rather look good and lose. So
Sounds like
I generally pick the runner with the coolest helmet, and in this lineup, I think that's clearly Blackbird. As far as my play style, I'm typically just a decoy. So
It's like, Joe, go over there.
yeah, exactly. I am
Look
the
really
worst.
great.
Yeah, exactly. Just stand in the open
Yeah.
for a little bit. Yeah.
So that's the end of my run story.
Fair. Well, we want to thank you all for your collective sacrifice. We appreciate it. So actually, to that same end, obviously we do a lot of play testing here internally. Witz, I know you mentioned you've got a folder of some of your best plays, but what are some of your most memorable runs so far?
Some of my memorable runs are really when I think I'm going to be doing one thing, right? Like, okay, I'm going to do a contract. I'm going to be going here. I got to go into this room. I got to interact with this device. And I think it's like, I'm safe. Like I'm kind of doing like a routine thing. I can get in and get out if I'm like smart about it and really kind of listen for what's going on. Like there's no UESC around, there's no players around. And oftentimes there's another player, like the best moments is there's another crew that are going for the exact same thing. And there's this moment of like, you're about to turn the key to get into a locked room and then the other team is right there and you're like, oh crap. Like, and then you're like, this is all out war in like a hallway that seems to be like a regular hallway, but now it's just like it just gets crazy. And so I think those are the peaks that happen where there's these tense moments where you're trying to do something that lead to these very quick crescendos where, these mercenaries kind of going crazy and like all these players are jumping in.
You make it sound like you're playing so carefully, but you're not.
Listen, the tactics are happening fast.
Okay.
They're
It's just processing power.
Going, like, the math is going. Like it's happening.
It's improvisational, right? Yeah. It sounds like, runs can obviously entail a lot, but we also have a question from Sharky218. Is loot going to be just weapons, or is there going to be more for people to go after while they're out there in Tau Ceti?
There's a ton of them.
There's a ton of them.
Yeah, there's implants, there's cores, there's equipment.
Consumables.
There's
Grenades. Let's
Consumables.
talk about grenades.
Yeah, there's grenades.
I
We have a bunch of different types of grenades in the game as well that you can loot in the world. We have valuables. We have backpacks.
Yeah.
Attachments, weapons. materials, keys.
And there's a bunch of stuff too that we're just, we call valuables, but like there's times when you're running low on money and you're like, I just need to do a valuables run right now and I need to pick up these things and get my money, into my space bank, so.
Space bank, yeah.
That actually is a good segue from, and I'm not making this name up, Ballin' Hobo.
Doesn't sound like
asks,
you lose your
what do
money.
I do with the loot when I extract? Like, why does it matter in the long run?
Yeah, there's a variety of reasons. So
Yeah,
a lot of it
JB, that's what I was
is
thinking.
related to sort of our factions and contract system. But if you want to talk a little bit about that, Lars.
Yeah, I mean, we've got this entire system we call factions. You're doing contracts, they're like missions, and you are being greeted originally by AI representative because you are a mercenary. You don't really have allegiance to anyone. They are going to pay you to do these jobs, and so they'll give you these missions to do. And as you're doing these missions, like Andrew said, sometimes you'll run into danger. But the cool thing about, I think, a lot of the faction and the contract system is like you could complete the, download the agricultural survey from this one area on one of the zones, and you're doing the thing, and you've sort of done it. So even if you die, you've still made progress there, which I think is a really cool aspect of that feature. But then there's also this other meta layer where as you're working with the different factions, they allow you to upgrade yourself over time. And so you can increase your heat meter, you can increase your loot speed, things like that.
I was gonna say, you're trying to get as much loot as possible to meet the challenge of the world, right?
Yeah.
Like essentially, different missions get harder over time, right? Which means you want to have more loot on you so you can survive longer, so just in general, be able to do fight all the different, hostile entities in the world, like get through there's a POI on a zone that's heavily fortified by UESC and all of the different units that are there, the snipers, the assault units, like you want to be able to not only withstand that and players. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to get loot again.
And honestly, like a lot of the loot translates into things like upgrades, that you
Is
utilize
it
through the
each
factions.
person that
but
selects their
there's
own
also,
mission to complete, or is it a
in-game
team
store
mission?
called the Black Market, where you can use a
That's
lot of your
what- that
currency
wasn't
and
clear.
whatnot to actually
Yeah.
re-equip yourself if you go on that run, or
I-
to upgrade yourself. if you
Curious
need
about
anything
that.
from
It might
Because that would be
individual.
weird. Everybody's going
Yeah, there's a lot of
but it'd be
reasons
weird
to
if
get a
everybody's
lot
going
of
after
good
their
loot
own
out. I don't think I'm
objective,
ever
but you got to work as a
short of
team.
reasons to get
Like,
loot out.
like if somebody
Just
wants to
something
go
else
over
about me,
here,
I'm just a loot
but
goblin.
two others want
So
to go over
sometimes
here.
extraction shooters also can be seen as kind of hardcore, maybe tough to get into. What are some of the things that you guys are doing to make them easier to dive into?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things that we could talk about. One is we are obviously investing, besides doing a little bit more onboarding in the front end, so players can understand a little bit about what the nature of the game mode is. We're also doing a lot to make combat something that's a little bit more approachable, but also just equally as deep, and have pretty wide things. But I think Andrew could talk about it.
Yeah, we want to make this is like a Bungie shooter, right? We want to make sure it's approachable. We nail those fantasies. Every button press feels awesome, right? And so really trying to bring that kind of morph the Bungie action game into in the survival space, where again everything kind of costs something, right? Getting shot, you're not going to have a limb system where your limb's broken or anything, but you will guns do stopping power, right? Which they can knock you out of sprint, they can slow you down, right?
Okay.
Status effects are still in the game, and so if you are hit with a chem grenade, right, you're going to be toxed. You can be immobilized, right, which really slows you down. You can be overheated. There's all these things, and that pushes you into using consumables and making sure you have an answer for these things that happen. So we're trying to make sure that you keep the depth of the survival game, but the approachability of the action game, right? And so that's how we're trying to marry that together. And in addition to that, if you have some bad runs, right, and you don't have a lot of, you see your loot kind of going down, we have the sponsored kits, it's kind of talking in the video earlier, where it's a package of gameplay items like weapons or equipment or maybe a shield or something or consumables. Yeah. That's kind of the floor for what we think you can be really you can be capable in the environment and actually fight other players that actually are kitted out. So you're never feeling the goal is that you can always clutch even if you find somebody who's completed kitted out in really high end gear, because that's your payday, right? That's the beauty of the moment of oh my god, I took this player and they have the best shield in the game. Hell yeah,
Yeah. Hurts. I mean, obviously, going to be a lot of good pointers for folks at home taking notes for when they get a chance to get into the alpha. But we'd be remiss if we also didn't mention how
cybernetic
part of what we
toxins.
do
Come
here
on,
at
Lord.
Bungie is
You should be
working
better at this.
alongside our
Let's
community, which is why we've also had the chance since about 2022 to work with hundreds of different creators in our community as well, to go ahead and get some of their feedback. So to those of you out there that have joined us, thank you very much for your time and your opinions. They mean a lot. But no need to listen to me talk about it. We actually just last week had a bunch of folks in here to go ahead and play test the very same alpha build that some of you will have a chance to join in on as well. So I vote I go ahead and let you tell them about it in their own words.
You kind of feel the blood pumping.
Got him. Down them all again and 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 again.
This is a new world. This is a different take on an extraction shooter.
No, let me get out!
It's game changing. It is literally game changing.
This is such an exciting time for us. You are the first group outside of Bungie to play test our alpha build.
I'm not expecting any real critique of this.
What do you mean?
Up, let's
Come on.
go.
Look at that inventory.
Okay.
It's definitely Destiny
ready
inventory.
Whenever you two are. Yes, sir. Oh, we
Yes,
are
sir.
bringing some money in this time.
Quick read.
Your gear is at risk,
looking
so
around?
you lose your
See,
gear.
We're gonna read.
Obviously, if you die, you can.
Alrighty. Bio research is right next to us. You want to do the intercepts?
Yeah.
You just want to grab that real quick?
Yeah, we can do that.
You want to get going?
Yep, Medro.
That should be a good one.
This is the type of gameplay you want to see, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. There's. So, for the gang, there is fall damage, and it is severe if you.
There is. I got a mod earlier that like drastically reduces it though.
I don't know how I feel about
There
that.
are ways to reduce it.
I may have just exploded my kneecaps.
If you dash right before you hit the ground,
Before you hit the ground,
don't take
it saves it.
damage.
It'll break the fall, yeah. Happens to the best of us.
AI on the right.
He just confirmed we had
Yeah, more
AI.
AI inside
AI,
the,
right.
like the little shrubbery compound over there.
They're pretty. It seems like they're pretty decent to kill. Looks very Destiny-like in that in that manner. Seems fair.
Need time to kill? PTK?
Yeah, time to kill right here.
Yeah.
Shotgun is impactful.
Excuse me, sorry.
You're good, you're good.
Yeah, still heading to field maintenance.
Yep.
Oh, I got
Liking
AI
the
over here
speed.
like crazy.
Ooh, okay, good shot.
Oh my god, he just jump up. Are we killing them or ignoring them?
Guns are sounding good.
AI with a snipe up above.
Yeah, the guns are something good. Okay, nice
I
little
need
boost.
some bits ammo. Guys, follow me. There's a green punk right
What the
there.
hell's that thing?
We did a little attack. Whoa, what
What
the
are those
hell?
little creatures? What the hell are
Oh, they're
these?
ticks.
I hit here, I think.
Player.
Oh,
Got one?
I hit one, pretty killed, but I'm
Oh, there we go.
it's very that is very Destiny. Sniper. Yeah, okay. Means sniper's gonna be accessible.
down. That's all of them.
It's gonna be a good option.
Actually, you want to do the HPD? Over here. Medro's right there.
Yep, very
Either way, I'm
Destiny
getting
TV.
shredded right now. So I
Then
gotta
clear the one, clear the
Means
AI
that
outside
everybody
first.
steals going to be a beast out the gate.
we gotta
Very hostile. Lot going on.
That's a
Ooh.
purple one.
I like that gun he's using. That gun's good.
Save your teammate. Self revive. Self revive. Okay.
Nice selfie.
Yep.
Good luck.
Wait, the one that got fire like 5 knees.
Oh, nice and accurate.
Oh,
with-
oh, look at that! No recoil. Oh, I like it.
What do you have on your little guy?
Oh, you
One
gotta
of the
pick,
guys
you gotta
killed had
select
just
while you're
finished
in.
up and got him.
God,
Poor guy.
of course.
I'd imagine.
That's what
I'd
we need,
imagine
right?
they're gonna have to
Status
refine that
mechanical status
for
effect.
console.
I'm using that.
Control.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play with controller, so it has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm inside with them. When you have the mechanics kit, it does take.
do a lot with the D-pad.
Which is good. Yeah.
Okay. So the AI has commanders and okay. So okay.
Probably
I'm
get
on
better
so
than
here's a
them
lot.
or something.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
dropping in.
Fight
Drop it
enemies
in.
like
Drop
that.
it. Oh, oh. Claymore.
Ooh, yeah, that gun is feeling good.
Ooh.
They've got long shots in 2. Oh. Yeah. That's gotta be.
Oh, this snipe. Oh.
There's a loot up there. You
Oh.
loot. Oh my god, I almost had realized.
Where are they?
They're on the balcony. Like south 200.
I got one knocked.
Nice.
Oh, you right there. Yeah, that.
Oh.
Yep.
That's my
I was able to make a play.
On me. I'm out of ammo.
Out of ammo.
Yeah, hit the cell
Oh, yeah, there's a sniper.
Freaking no! It's a Brian!
He assassinated.
Kill him, he's a fiend, dude.
I'm coming to you, Ben.
Yeah, I see him. Don't underestimate this guy.
Oh my
grenade.
god, that thing.
Or you can pick
Kill
up.
two, I think.
Okay, you can
1v1.
pick a teammate up. I think. Pick up the card or something.
Ben, you knocked one, I knocked another.
Good stuff.
Okay, yep, got him back
I
up.
literally only have a sniper.
Oh. Good shots.
A unit is signaling for reinforcements.
Okay, the knock I had was way over here. I don't see anybody over there yet.
He's been quiet for an awful long time. I reckon he's gone to res. I see him.
He's right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Tell me if they red.
As soon as I saw that glint, I would have zoomed back
Yeah,
up.
he's holding the angle at a distance.
Sniped a sniper.
Yeah, right on me. This player. I mean, very weak up
The
there.
gameplay seems very balanced. So far, even from the different people's angles,
I'm underneath.
it seems like you would have
Are they where we got
opportunity to do things.
Knocked one.
That shotgun.
Coming. Got one left.
Don't let somebody run up on you with shotgun.
I get shot on the right side, like usually.
No, if they're close. I got no tags. There. You got eyes? Yeah, A1.
Oh, is that him up there?
Yeah, now Steel is already number 1. Nobody's played yet.
You're right.
There's inside.
Yeah, this game is made for him.
We'll see.
Yeah, Dingle, that scout. That did have scout rifle vibes. That one gun.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that scout rifle. With at least that. Do.
I think they kind of built a ringer group, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
They built a god squad, you could say. I feel like we might be the god squad.
That was good. That was a good run.
Yeah.
Flawless run.
You got knifed some AI and grabbed some guns.
We can go to field maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah, a loot container key. Isn't there one of those around here?
Yeah, it's right here.
There's a lot going on. By the looks of it, like it's things you can grab and things that you can find.
Yeah, it seems like there's interactivity.
You got a lot of
there.
options. Yeah, you got a lot of options to go after and stuff.
And again, like, if the example is like me and you load into a round, and we just kind of take our time because I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to get engaged, but you want to be suited up. It gives options.
Yeah.
Give a sense of progression.
Right.
What kind of gun that was?
I don't know.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Oh, AI grabbing you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sucking me.
Stop
Oh, he's
sucking.
Pause. What the fuck? Connecting umbilical cords to you and draining you?
I found a purple enemy. I heavy knifed it 4 times and had to dump a full mag into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Big boys.
Yeah, so the bosses ain't nothing to play with. Yeah, we kind of had that with Rainbow Six Extraction too.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Had those bosses you couldn't really
Yay.
like play with.
I don't want the
Yeah, they-
conquest. LMG. I should take it, but I don't want it.
But here, take
Oh,
this.
long
Take
shot.
this.
I'm saved. What's the question marks again?
That
are on the map?
Oh, I think those are the players, right?
Huh?
Players.
Like the cash players?
Yeah, I don't know.
Players.
Find data cards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, jumping in.
One is broken.
Looked like those were homing a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that.
You see that? Yeah.
Like knock one.
Oh, this is snipe.
I knocked
good
one.
shot.
Oh. Okay. SMG's looking SMG.
Yeah, that SMG is nice.
Yeah.
That one's working too.
Prepare for increased hostile action.
Yeah, that gun ain't bad either.
Glitch is moving. Behind, Glitch is behind you at the moment.
Oh,
white shield.
Oh, she's scared. She's scared.
Down.
Good shit.
Good pickup.
Very, very nice. I called the purple.
Why does everything take so long to load in?
Yeah, see that?
What is that?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
the frickin' purple?
Is it like you're accessing their data?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, because it's digital.
Maybe there's an upgrade
the
you
big
can get
items,
for
the
that?
big drops, the stuff
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
like really high value.
Okay.
You're like,
Puts pressure.
I have to get this out.
Doesn't matter if I'm playing Lucas or Void or Glitch. If I've got a better aim, I'm going to win. There's no other extraction shooter like that where I can have that kind of gameplay.
When people find out about some of the secrets and stuff, they are going to lose
I can see
their
this game
mind.
having input-based matchmaking.
Playing so far has just been refreshing.
I think they
I'd
do
like
that
to
in
say.
Destiny,
Everything felt really locked in.
if I'm not mistaken.
This being sort of the next full Bungie
Oh, God.
experience is
Okay,
an exciting moment.
The game is inherently fun. I just want to play more.
I do like that tagline. Escape will make me God.
Yeah, Laura, I'm going to be curious how they're going to even that out with the controller. For sure.
So obviously, having those creators in was
The
a whole
easiest
lot
way
of
just
fun.
to make
Getting to
it-
work with
to make
both
it
creators and players
input-based.
alike has been a privilege. It's been a great time getting to set that up. And of course, I promise I'm not saying this just because I work on the social media team here, but if you head over to our
Fahim
YouTube
big
channel,
glazing
we have
out
a
here.
full 20-minute version of that. So youtube.com @MarathonTheGame is where to find us. Also, same with all of our other socials, as long as I'm at it. But Lars, obviously, again, like we talked about before that video, we're familiar with working with our community really closely, but have we ever done it this early or at this scale before?
So I've been at Bungie for a while now, since the Halo 3 days, and I think the thing, even since my time, we've been really good about is working with players, working with the community. It's something we take pride in. And on this game in particular, yeah, we brought people in, players in much earlier into the process than I think we ever have before, and it's given us really good insight. You know, we tell them when they show up, be brutally honest, because that's how we learn, that's how we understand what needs to change, what needs to get better, and I think it's been really great.
That's been a ton of fun. I mean, even again, like these folks were all here last week. You guys were in there with them. Some of you playing as well. What was it like?
Oh, it was super exciting. Yeah, I mean, like when you have a lot of there was a combination of players who we've been engaging with for a long time, and some players who were brand new, and it was great to see sort of like the mix of the both. Especially when you got to some higher level skilled players who just joined in and immediately got it and started destroying everybody, like Tens and Lupo was in there, and but yeah, you had some pretty awesome moments, didn't you?
Yeah, so it was pretty amazing to jump in, and I'm gonna throw Nick under the bus for a moment here. Like apparently he was on the team with Brian and Jeff Keighley, and they were not having success. Y'all were like destroying them,
Clearly
the
Nick was the
creators.
problem,
And,
yeah.
yeah, it's probably
I
your
agree,
team that
Nick
was
is the
destroying them. So I was brought in as like a hired gun to help get Jeff through, and
Thank you.
I did my job.
Mission accomplished, Lars. Yeah.
Something that he's used to, obviously. Which also, though, you were saying you were observing a little bit as well, maybe not playing quite as much. What was it like, from your perspective, getting to see all these folks jump in and play the game for the first time? Some of them.
I mean, it was awesome. It's awesome, like playing the game for so long, right, and seeing other people play the game is just a great feeling, right, for like the whole team. You get to see things that you designed for happen in real life, right? You'd see people who are like being hunted by other players that take refuge by like we're a heavily fortified area, and watching the UESC equalize a little bit. Moments like that was great. There was another fight that was like it looked so fun, but also hilarious, but also like really like it was like a great time, but also really tense. There was two crews that were fighting under the dire marsh map. There's a bunch of tunnels and stuff like that, and they were fighting in the tunnels. And the fight was literally like almost 1-by-1s, like 3 and 3, like constantly moving towards each other and fighting in the hallway. The person in the front dropping meds for people in the back and changing positions. And that fight went into like little vents.
Sounds like
as
Battlefield.
well. So it was like this this hilarious chase that was like it was super tense because you didn't know exactly whether you were going to get third party, and they were just. The volume of the room kept on going up from those two crews because they were just like, where are they going to get flanked? There's another vent right there that could pop up from there. And they were shooting vents just like out of just pure paranoia. It was awesome to watch.
It's a good balance to strike, obviously, yeah. And you, again, we were mentioning you got to play. Were there any other creators you got to dive in with?
Oh, yeah. I was on a team with Valkyrie and Katamina, and we had a lot of fun. There was like a couple moments where we bunkered down underneath a greenhouse in the tunnels underneath. Tunnels are dangerous, and they were fun. But we basically created like a little claymore nest down there, and so we were baiting them down into it. And yeah, it was pretty successful. I'm telling you, the claymore strats are good. Yeah. Don't sleep on claymores. They're
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Lars is like, I know.
Yeah.
So, even in addition to these creators, the legacy of Marathon's community goes so long goes so far rather. As someone who's played a lot of Aleph 1 in the past as well myself, back on my Titanium G4 PowerBook so long ago, bringing in the Aleph 1 team was really, really exciting. You guys got a chance to work with them as well, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting to sort of connect to the heritage of Marathon, right? Like to keep that alive as we're sort of building this new world. And so working with the Aleph 1 team has been really awesome. With,
it's not surprising, Lydian.
Marathon Classic on Steam is the release that they had, as well as the Marathon Classic 2, I think, is on Steam.
Phil said he did go get to see what they were doing,
those,
JB.
Just been,
so that was
like
his
sort
post.
of connecting the threads.
So Phil was there. He made a post about
sort
it.
of remembering the past as we're sort of building this new.
He was invited.
Re-envisioning in a lot of ways of what Marathon is.
Yeah. Actually, kind of on this topic as well about the dangers of the world, we do have a question from Twitch chat. Are there dangerous PvE encounters? Obviously, you've mentioned that the UESC is out there, and you should underestimate them at your own peril. But can you tell us a little bit more about maybe some of those emergent threats that await players?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the UESC security units that are out there. There's a bunch of different types that do different things. So watch out for them. We also have ticks, which are these wonderful, surprising, explodey fauna. Yeah, they run at you. They run at you, explode on you, and you have to shoot the nests actually to get rid of them essentially. Otherwise, they'll keep coming. And there's a bunch of hazards and stuff that are going to be on the map as well. Like we have a bunch of tox rooms and all kinds of surprises that await players. And in the alpha there's a few, but
what's the scariest UESC unit to you?
The scariest unit? The Ghost Commander for me, for sure. The Ghost Commander, their ability is they go into active camo and they actually have clone. They have a bunch of clones that go out there, so you think you're not sure which one to shoot. And then by the time you recognize which one is actually the real one, right, it's it may be over for you. But that's one. The sniper, also love the sniper as well. We really want to have these prolonged sniper fights that are really great against the UESC. And if you manage to really push them and they notice you're pushing, they'll punish you for that too. So definitely be careful of these units. Tread carefully.
Not to be trifled with, right?
And the recruits, honestly, they have this rush down that they do. If you're not too careful in knowing where they're going to be flanking you and rushing you down from, we're purposely making them these formidable foes that you can't get treasure out of the world easily, and they're guarding it, and they're doing a pretty damn good job.
And you can't ignore them either. Once they're on your set, you kind of got to figure out a way.
Yes. Exactly.
Also, too, we've got another question from, I believe, Shebsky. Can a team be composed of any number of runner types, like 3 Blackbirds, for example?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
There's no restriction on how you assemble your crew. You can all play the same. You can create a meme comp if you want. Or you can diversify a little bit, and sort of try to use each other's utilities. But we've seen them all. It's been really cool to see kind of the different combinations we've seen. Yeah.
But you may never know, those 3 different players that are playing Blackbird, they may have very different builds and what they're gearing towards in Blackbird, right? They may be some of them, one of them may actually have implants that allow them to go in active camo. That's not a specific thing for a runner, so we're purposely trying to make it so that is you can diversify.
I did see the shield wall comp, which is like basically 3 locusts in the playtest from last week. But yeah,
let's go. So again, obviously it's been so much fun to hear you guys even talking about this game and the experiences you've had. You've been building a world that's really ripe for players to tell their own stories in. Again, with the closed alpha on the way on April 23rd, as players finally get a chance, some of them to jump in. What are some of the stories you're most excited for them to get to dive in and maybe tell themselves?
So many. I mean, there's so many different stories that I think that we're looking forward to seeing happen, especially ones that we've never even seen before. But getting onto the planet, like honestly, just trying to survive amongst all of the different threats that exist there. The dying, when our trio says death, it's death. There's a lot of death in the game. The learning from it, the challenging yourself, the getting back up and trying to do something new. It's gonna be exciting. I'm sure there's plenty of other things.
I'm curious, Mr. Cross. What are you expecting?
I mean, I'm had the fortune to launch Destiny and now Marathon. It's always amazing to put something out into the world that you've been working on, sort of in a bubble for 6 years or something like that, and have the players experience the visual world for the first time is amazing. Introducing
what a mix of
IP
opinions
into
out
the
there.
world, sort of beyond the
so
game, sort of the culture it creates. Always excited to see like what the fans tell us what the game is.
I did until they used some of the running abilities and the actual abilities. I mean, it was a little bit slower than I thought it was going to be in some ways, but I thought it was decent. Again, I like it. So.
Wits, how about you? Anything come to mind on your side?
I'm just really excited for folks to discover the content and play with it in interesting ways. We've been making this meal for a bit. It's just time to see folks play, right? Like we've been making the sandbox for a bit. We've been working together on all the activities and everything in the world, right? It's just going to be exciting to see people react to it organically and learn from it.
Yeah, very exciting.
I'm also curious to see which runner will be the crowd favorite. Out of the end. I have theories.
I know you have many theories.
Yeah.
Many theories.
Chat, Discord, let us know. We'd love to hear what you guys are thinking.
Absolutely.
But that
your Discord's broken
brings
right
us to just about the conclusion of what's been a very action-packed show. So for starters, guys, thanks so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
I mean, thank you so much, and thank you everybody out there. Like our team is literally sitting behind these cameras here, and they're amazing. Like you should give yourselves a hand, for putting together. Also, there's an immense amount of staff here that has been super gracious and kind to come and help work with us on this. So just want to make sure all of you, let's give you a hand too. You've been doing an amazing job. Thank you.
That's right. So again, as we noted at the top of the show, coming up at the very, very end, we've got a very special surprise. So go ahead and do yourself a favor and stick around all the way through till the end. But again, a huge thanks, Joe Ziegler, Joe Cross, Andrew Witz, and Lars Bach. And thank you all for being here today. And of course, again, to echo Ziegler, thank you so much to the entire dev team here at Bungie. Thank you so much for being here today. Whether you're here with us in person or you're at home, it's your contributions that make Marathon possible. So truly, thank you. It's honestly humbling to be here today. And again, of course, the crew here, thank you all so much for all of your hard work.
We're going to talk about it, guys.
It's been incredible seeing this stage come up so quickly, rather. So thank you so much. It's been a gargantuan effort, and it's all thanks to your efforts. And most importantly, again, to all of you fine folks out there for joining us today. It's such a privilege for us to get the opportunity to share what we've been working on, and it matters most when you show up and join us. We know you have busy days, and we're thankful to be a part of it. So thank you for joining us here on this Saturday morning. And of course, we got something fun at the end. Make sure you stick around for a little bit longer. We're going to be rating Scarrow and Mr. Raffle Waffles, Milo, out there here just after the show ends. So go ahead and tell them we said hello when you get a chance to drop into their chat. But as has become kind of a tradition here at Bungie with our streams, we've saved just one more special thing here for you at the end. Now, we've told you a lot about the game so far, but we haven't had a chance to really touch on the narrative just yet, and we're really excited to build a story that's innovative in the extraction shooter space, both in and out of the game, and we'd love to show you a glimpse of that now. So we've had the opportunity to partner with Academy and Emmy Award-winning director Alberto Mielgo to go ahead and show you just a bit of a snapshot of what life is like on Tau Ceti. So we hope you enjoy, but in the meantime, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you all Starside.
2794, huh? July 3rd. Never want to puke in a helmet.
No, you don't.
What the?
Oh?
2893, we're jumping forward. Look at the silkworms. Cybernetic silkworms, let's go.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it sculptor well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless thing that mocked them.
Oh, God, it's still looking.
And the heart that fed, and the heart that fed.
Welcome once again. Once again. As a new shell.
Customization of the characters.
Just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion.
Like $1 trillion. Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there. So.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm. Yeah. It's supposed to be my lucky charm.
How long do you think before games look like this?
I think we still got some time.
Well, you remember when CGI, and now some of our games look like our old CGI, right? They look better than our old CGI. So how long before games look like this?
Can you identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mom.
Now, consider this. Do you recognize this child?
Who are you? I don't know.
It's you.
What? Really?
Forgetting who we are. More shells we go through.
Hey, what's that you always tune into? Worth anything?
I don't know, but I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you ever wonder what happened to these people?
It's not my business.
And this music is? You'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
Mm-hmm. Don't hesitate.
Said I hope they add romance. You stupid, Rob.
Oh. He just wants his music back, bro. That's all he wants.
It's gone now.
Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
I thought her head exploded.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought too.
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remain. Nothing beside remain. Wrapped colossal wreck. Round the decay of the boundless and bare.
Got some Hellblade voices going on here.
Lone and level sand. Stretch far away.
Well, we're working with the concept that you can take your consciousness from body to body, and you and the air and the stuff that can happen with that. Again, I like the concept. I do think that up front, though, this could have waited.
Oh, this part? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Like, this is not where you need your money at right now.
Do you recognize this child?
Have it, for sure. Put it in the cut if you want to, if you want to work on it.
Wait.
Is that me?
Oh, weird. Okay.
Did he say, I don't know, not me?
Yeah, no, he said, I don't know, is it me? Okay, like, again, stories aren't needed for extraction shooters or shooters in general. Like, it's one of those things, like, I think, I understand why they do it, but it's really, like you said, Steel, overall, that's not going to sell your game, right? Up front. That's something you can build on down the road. I agree with you there, but I got to say that was one of the most interesting storytelling for a video game that I've seen in a while. I'll give it that. I gotta go back and rewatch it.
No, I'm definitely interested in the story that Marathon is trying to tell, for sure. It has a lot of that extraterrestrial kind of feel to it, that deep thought kind of feel to it. Some of the things that we may go to Nier for, as an example, seem to be present here, right? And I think Bungie has always kind of played with that. Even in Destiny, they played with the idea of you being reborn or your consciousness moving forward through a cybernetic body, right? That's what. So like a lot of the people, like Cade, for example, he has a number after I can't remember what the exact number was, but each number is supposed to represent how many times that you have come back, right? So they've already danced a little bit with this. I know the stuff with the Hive and stuff like that gets deep as well, and there's all these other things. So there could be a lot of work and of effort, as we see, has been put into this. But I do think that the time should have been more incorporated into the gameplay. There is still some unknown questions. What is the type of loss that you're going to receive? I know Palm pointed it out. He said you're at risk to lose your gear. How much of your gear are you losing? All of it? Or do you only keep your money? What is that rotation going to be? And I think they should have focused on that, because yes, they showed gameplay, right? And I think they showed good gameplay, especially showing Dr. Lupo and them, people who are a little bit, higher on the scale of what that gameplay would look. And I did see the momentum in that, right? It seemed very Destiny-like in that way, especially when you were interacting with the enemies. It was very Destiny-like, right? The shields, you pop the shields, shoot them in the head, boom, they instantly die, whatever, whichever. And then the engagement with the different guns, right? You have more of that single fire gun, you had the SMG, and then you also had the sniper, and all three, again, are very Bungie-like, very Destiny, very Halo. They look like they're going to be easy to use, but hard to master kind of thing, which again leans on which I find it, which is I'm interested in the fact that the person that's leading it is a competitive multiplayer gamer, at least from what he says. He plays PvP. That's his thing. Cool. That gives me hope that you're going to lead this in the right direction. But for me, I'm more so in a space where I would have to get my hands on it to really understand how I would feel. One of my main concerns is also the 18 player aspect. I don't know how I quite feel about that. There is always room to expand it, right? So if they got solos, duos, and trios, but I think they're mainly focusing on being more of a team experience. So those three teams of 3. I think that could have been expanded out more than 18. I would have liked to have seen 30 people. Maybe the maps aren't designed for that. And I won't know how to tell that until I jump into the experience because of how they cut it. I would have rather had spent that last extra time that they had there showing me somebody dropping into the zone and them doing a run. Yes. Do a complete run,
uncut. Yeah.
Yes. Do an uncut run and say, this is what you can expect. Because at least then, not only can the people watching tell you what they're seeing, which is going to be way more vocal people, but then you also have more to work with when people come into the alpha. They kind of have a better expectation. They know what's going to kind of happen. They know what to look for, and they can focus on other things. It going into alpha is also interesting to me. I forgot who said it. It wasn't Dr. Lupo. It was somebody else. Can't think of his name right now, so apologies. But he was also somebody that has been working with the Bungie team for 7 years working on this game, giving them advice, give them going back and forth. He's been one of the main components playing this game as a gamer, a professional gamer, quote unquote. 7 years working on this, you're going into an alpha now. I would have, them going into a closed beta would have gave me a little bit more hope, right? Not saying that I'm down on it because I saw a lot of interesting things and I feel like the experience can be fun. But there's also a lot there that's like, I don't know how this is going to end up turning out. The guns interaction, are those the only guns that you have in the game? Or are they going to be different? So you saw 3 main guns. Are there going to be higher qualities of those 3 guns? Is there more? What is the other loot? I get you can pick up keys and all that. Okay. Why didn't you show us you taking that key and getting the cash for it? Unlocking the gold chest or whatever so we can see what those look like. Again, are there opportunities for you to extract before the game is over? Because if not, then you got to get to the end. And if you don't get to the end, again, it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. What do you keep? And if you don't keep anything, it is going to turn into a questionable experience for some people. I get using the mechanic of, well, if you go in and lost on a couple runs, you're low on loot, we're going to give you this pack. Okay. But what if I just extracted with a gold gun? I happen to be in a bad circumstance, whatever the case may be. Now I lose that gold gun, or do I keep my higher grade gear? Is there a point where you keep your main weapon, your side weapon kind of thing? You lose all your consumables? I think that would be cool. But you didn't answer any of those questions and stuff like that, because you can have a sense of progression, right? If I go find a weapon, I equip it to my main person, when I die with it, but I can still keep it. It gives me a sense of progression still. I think that would work, but I don't know. Again, there's a lot of questions I haven't seen. Nixie says, still, it was mentioned previously that they wanted to heavily test it first with their focus group. And I get that. But it's a multiplayer PvP experience that's been in development for 7 years, and that's the time it takes to make.
How much though? Still, they were working on Destiny 2. Like they were finishing up
quote unquote. But they haven't been putting hardcore development into Destiny either. Into Destiny 2, especially on the PvP side.
Well, not the PvP side, but they were working on Final Shape and all that kind of stuff. Like that was massive.
Which I get.
They were trying to stop the bleeding in Destiny 2 for
which
a long
I get.
time, right? They were really trying. So, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not giving excuses for 7 years of development, but I'm just saying it's like how much time was actually spent there. Not much.
Jasper was saying, yes, you can extract before everyone is dead. That is the basic extraction shooter element. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll definitely see. Like, is there going to be extraction points? Like the dark zone is what I mean.
It looked like it because they showed him going to the it looked like almost like a satellite hub. You saw it at one point where it kind of like extended it up, and then the screen went blank, and that's when he got the perfect. I think it was what's his face when they were showing the creators, and he extracted, and they got the perfect run or whatever it was. That was the end scene. Was him dialing in the code and this satellite thing popping up and him extracting out. So
okay. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how that ends up playing out. Jasper also says they said each map has its own player count, but the main map they showed was 18 players, which is cool. But how high is that player count going to go? Right? I just don't want there to be a situation. Yes, you want people to be able to drop in and have space. But there's also too much space possibly in between interactions. I would have to get my hands on it to see. And Jasper said there's also solo mode. Okay, so we'll end up seeing what it ends up breaking down. But overall, I mean, as far as the art, the aesthetic, I will say going from a video of it from the side shot and then getting into gameplay, it does look a tad different. Like I don't want to necessarily say it's like a downgrade of a difference, but it's like the art style changes a little bit more, right? Like it doesn't quite look like, again, and that's probably why they made sure to say that what they showed previously was CGI and not gameplay. Because I do feel like there's a difference in this instance that I can tell. Looks a little bit more cartoonish from like third person view. And then when you go into first person, it looks better. I don't know. Like that's the best way that I can explain it. So there's maybe a little bit tweaking there. It could just be the lighting, whatever the case may be, that may need to still be tweaked. Those are things that can be worked on. Again, with it being an alpha, there's other stuff that can be adjusted up to that point. But I do dig the art style. It definitely speaks right up my alley. I like the cybernetics of it. Again, I'm not the extraction shooter dude. I'm not playing Tarkov. There's very few games that I feel have done it right. Mecha Break being the one that's most recent. But I think Mecha Break is also coming out around that same time, right? September time, I think. They haven't put an official date out, but that means you're going to have multiple games, although Mecha Break being more of a hero-based kind of type shooter, right? Maybe there'll be enough of an experience to offer you there. But I think it's definitely going to be competitive. I can see it already. If you're not looking for a multiplayer game where you're going to be playing against other people and you getting more loot is going to be dependent on your skill, or at least you playing in a team, this one is definitely not going to be for you. I can already see it. Right now, luckily, this doesn't have some of those high skill gaps for like a milsim would, right? So you're not worrying about all the extra sway and the realism of it. It is more in that Destiny feel, so that bodes well for it. More in that Halo aspect, so that bodes well for it. Pong, I mean, from everything that you've seen, because you're not somebody who's like, "Whoa, I'm over the moon for this game," but you made some comments. You said you like the art from what you've seen. From the gameplay that they did show, how do you feel about it? And do you see kind of what I'm saying about the overall aspects of the gameplay from it as well?
Yeah, I think this was a great early showing. Again, this is first just gameplay reveal. This wasn't meant to be a deep dive into every single mechanic. I get that. Again, that's going to come down the road. It sounds like with the amount of community engagement they want in this game, what they've already gotten from the creators, and now they're opening it up as an alpha, they obviously aren't, it's not set in stone. Not everything is set in stone here. And it sounds like they're going to be working on this and probably changing things as they go along, obviously, which a lot of games as a service now do. So this isn't the final form per se, right? So this was just a good look. And I thought as a first good look of gameplay, I thought it did a really decent job. Sure, us as the enthusiasts, as the experienced gamers, do we sit back and want to go, God, but what about this? What about this? What about this? Give me more look at that inventory. How does that inventory going to work with the controller? Like, that's the stuff I want to know about too.
Yeah, I do want to know more about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I could sit here as that dude who's played a lot of games in my lifetime and go, okay, I want to sit here and pick it apart, and I want to know more. You guys didn't explain enough about this, so I get where you're coming from there, Steel. I just think as a first good general look at a game, I thought they did a nice job of giving a lot of slices of the gameplay itself. So, I mean, we've got a real pretty solid baseline of what this game's going to be like. Now, obviously, it's totally different once you get a controller in your hand, but I thought they did a great job. More importantly to me was, as somebody who's just on the outside, who obviously still look at this game, and now that I've seen it, yeah, I want to dive into it. I want to jump into it, right? Am I going to wind up sticking with it? I'm also going to be an extraction shooter fan. Like, no, probably not. Of course not. Again, I know who I am as a gamer at this point in my life. Could it change my opinion? Sure. But just from the outside looking in, for me, the aesthetic was amazing. I love it. I love the look of the game. I love what they did. And the art director there, talked a little bit about, that minimalistic approach to what they were going for, like in the shapes and that kind of stuff. And I love the colors, Steel. I mean, again, it's not going to appeal to everybody. This is not going to appeal. There's a mixed reaction online right now. This is not going to appeal to everybody. They do have an uphill battle in some ways because it is not the game from a look standpoint that's going to bring everybody in. Some people are going to look at that and go, it looks like shit. And I can see why some people would look at that. I personally get the futuristic sci-fi minimalistic look to it, and I personally really like it because we don't see it a whole lot in games. This is like an up-res version. The closest thing that I could think off the top of my head is Risk of Rain, Steel. This is an up-res version of that minimalistic artistic approach to a game. If anybody's played Risk of Rain, maybe you'll agree with me, maybe not. It's obviously more detailed than that. Like I said, it's definitely more high definition than that. But I'm just saying that's what it reminds me of. So I loved it. We knew the gunplay was going to be good. Didn't think Bungie was going to show up with some sloppy ass looking gunplay. Gunplay looks tight. I love how the guns. Again, I played a lot of Destiny 1, right? I didn't play a lot of Destiny 2. I did play Destiny 2, but I played a lot of Destiny 1. So I do have experience with Bungie's, gunplay, and obviously I played Halo, but I'm just saying currently speaking. And I really liked the gunplay in Destiny for sure. So seeing that again, Steel in this game, of course. I mean, I'm like, okay, I definitely can roll with this. Like if I'm going to go try an extraction shooter, okay, I know what I'm going to get out of the gunplay. The loot system looked interesting. The objectives, I want to hear more about the objectives. Like I was asking mid-game, can everybody have a different objective? Do you all have to agree on an objective? It sounded like you could have maybe a team objective, but then you could also have an independent objective as well that you can go off and try to do. Like, I want to know how that is going to affect gameplay. Because again, this is obviously team-based. Like, you're not running. I mean, you could be a lone runner. They said you could be a lone runner. It's going to be highly dangerous, right? But if you are in a team, everybody having their own objectives is going to be a little weird. Like, how is that going to work out? So I need to know more about that, but I really liked it. I like the look of the loot, all that kind of stuff. I want to hear more, obviously, about the different mods that they were talking about that you can get. I think there was like 3 different things that they said that can enhance your abilities or change your abilities, and that you can kind of customize your character around. So I do want to find out more about that, obviously. Again, just thinking big time gamer, but ACG pointed out that I sent Steel the tweets in the DM. ACG is in the camp that it looks slow, and that he thinks that it has an uphill battle. I think it has an uphill battle just as an extraction shooter in 2025 for sure. Like I said, I think Bungie has advantages to who they are. And I think that the other group that is really hyped about this game, that is showing some excitement around this reveal, at least up front, they're going to have a player base. Now, whether or not they can keep that player base is always the question when it comes to these types of games. I just think they got a shot here, Steel, because it presents so different, just from looks wise, and just kind of from atmospheric feel wise. It does, again, some people are saying Apex. It's got some Apex to it. Apex plays a lot faster, I think, from what I've seen than this. I mean, Apex is blistering speed to me. Maybe not to you guys, but it is to me. But I just think it's got a shot at kind of carving out a space where people look at it and go, okay, I want to kind of jump into this and try it out. So again, I will never count out Bungie just because again, they do have pedigree. They do have a lot of talent there, obviously, still from the old days. So I'm not going to count them out on this. I think this was interesting, Steel. And I think that's the best way for me to put it, is that it was an attractive game to me. It had a cool factor to me. Again, not everybody's going to agree, but it was an attractive game. It had a cool factor. I want to buy merch. I want that silkworm shirt. I do want that. So I was looking it up.
I like that model.
Yeah. So I think it was a really good first showing. And it's got me, again, I'm not looking necessarily to play the alpha or anything like that, but if they have an open beta down the road, will I be a beta boy and jump in? Yeah, I'll be a beta boy and jump into it. I do want to try it out. And I'm curious, Steve, if you do get into alpha, how you're going to feel about it.
The alpha,
yeah. But yeah, no, I thought it was a good first showing. I mean, again, did it blow my mind? No, but there was definitely oohs and ahs from me for sure. I'm going to freely admit that. And I get excited like a little kid when I see a new world. And again, it's based upon old IP, but let's be real, it's been too long. A new world, a new vision of a world. And that story trailer, Still, I take your point is very valid about whether or not that was required to be here or whether or not they should have had that time focused on something else. I agree with you that you could definitely
run a match.
Argue that. But I'm just going to say that is one of the, I'll say it again, one of the most creative, weird, and I love weird, wild, and wacky. You guys know that. One of the most creative and weird story intros to a video game that I've seen in a while that was fun to watch. It wasn't like, oh, can we stop doing this now? From moment to moment, it kept me engaged. So yeah, for sure.
Definitely interested. I think that was well worth it, man. Bungie's doing something. We'll see what it's like when we actually get hands on with it. Again, they did do a release date, September. That's crazy as well, right? Yeah. It would have been really cool to see it drop sooner and just kind of have them to see them build it out. But getting a release date overall is just especially when they made it kind of official last year that it was going to be literally coming, especially after everything that's been happening with Destiny 2, to see them kind of come back around with this. Let's see if their heads are in the right place. And I think gameplay is going to show us that. What you saying?
So, price point.
$40, huh?
Okay. $40.
So the rumor was right. $39.99. Not bad.
But
I'm not mad at the $40.
But it should be a free to play. To be real, to start, it should be a free to play.
It depends. I agree. I don't disagree. But then with free to play, you're looking at cosmetics. And not saying that this game still won't have cosmetics. I'm not saying that.
Cosmetics. It comes with a battle pass, 3 maps, and a 4th map arriving shortly after launch.
A battle pass and 3 maps. So so then the question would be, what are you gonna get in the battle pass? What all can you get in game that's unlockable, right? Because it did seem like there's stuff in game. Again, there's a game off the grid. It's a battle royale. Also has an extraction options. It has some of those same things in it, right? There's stuff on the market that you can buy, but you can also find that stuff in a match and extract it, and you have that gear. What happened?
No, I'm just saying. I'm still thinking about the price point. I think that's too much. I don't think
$40 is definitely $40 is definitely steep. Now, would I pay $40 for it? Yeah, I mean, I've paid money for on multiplayer only games. It's something that's definitely something that I've done. I would be willing to take that dive to at least come back and tell y'all, yo, is it worth your $40? And if it's not, I'd be able to tell you. You know what I mean? So as far as what they're developing right now, I wouldn't play Tarkov over the interest that I'm pulling for this, right? I can't think of another extraction shooter that I would play that isn't kind of completely different in scope, again, other than what I compare to Mecha Break. So for me, this could be an enticing thing. But again, I still would want to know what am I getting with the ducats that I'm putting down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If stuff is earnable in game, I'm not mad. And if I can get a lot of cosmetics and gear in game, I'm not mad at that. Especially if it's progression. You give me, hey, even if I don't extract with shit, I still level up, and maybe you give me stuff based on my level up. Free to play, I wouldn't like everything to be free. I would like a lot of these different multiplayer games to be free to play. I definitely would. But I like to keep it consistent with what I've done with Battlefield. I've told y'all before, I would play Battlefield. I would pay $60 for Battlefield. Only multiplayer. 2042. That's all we paid top dollar.
I paid
$100
to
play only multiplayer. You know what I'm saying? So I can't contradict myself.
But three maps. But three maps.
Again, it's gonna be.
I'm just saying that
like the value.
Start to full launch. Like maybe I don't know. I'm just looking at it from a market standpoint. I'm not judging it one way or the other whether or not it's worth it. I might spend $40 to play this game if I knew I was going to put time into it, right?
Yeah.
If it winds up being good, if Steel tells me, hey, it's a great extraction shooter, blah, 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 I might spend $40 to play it. But again, it just seems in this day and age, I'm just looking at it from.
If you're trying to get people in the door,
it's fine.
There needs to be a free to play option.
Yeah. I'm just trying to. It's gonna be gonna be a little bit tough. And Nixie, some extraction shooters are tough because of that fact. Nixie said that some people don't like it. It sounds like they're scared of the PvP aspect. There is some of that. I'm freely admitting of that. I can jump into a COD or a Battlefield, but an extraction shooter, because it's team based and because it's a 3-person team and it means so much.
Randos aren't.
I'm not going to jump in there with randos, bro, because I'm the rando.
I will, but
and I'm not, and I'm an average to below average player on these types of games. So yeah, I'm not going to jump in there because chances are I'm not going to be a completely dead weight, but I'm going to be a hindrance to a good team. And then the fact is if you line up against a really, couple good squads who are buddies and who are communicating, who play, you're going to get freaking rolled nonstop. So, I mean, it's like extraction shooters are much more personal when it comes to that. Small team-based multiplayer is much more personal when it comes to that. And so for me, that is one of the things that I do shy away from, because again, unless I know I'm running with Steel or the fam like nonstop, I'm not just going to hop into rando games. Steel can hop into rando games because he's one of the good ones, because he's a dude who's going to be a benefit to his team. Me, I know that I'm holding back teams, so I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. So I don't. So yeah, there's some of that for sure, Nixie. Yeah, Pong versus Sweats, correct. Yeah, exactly. That's what it comes with. Yeah, there's probably some introverts out there, Nixie, that always avoid multiplayer. Of course, we know all single player people, right? Again, I never jump in unless I'm with people. I'll never have my mic on in Call of Duty or Battlefield unless I'm with people that I know. So yeah, no, I've always been that guy that hops in without anything. I turn off all the chat so I can't even hear it. I don't want to know. So anyways,
and I've been trying to get better with that aspect. Because again, you're playing online, you're playing with randos. But again, I do that casually. So
yeah, and Nixie, it's not about wanting free shit all the time or free games all the time. That's got to stop too. That conversation's got to stop. There's just a reality of the ecosystem nowadays with the gaming industry and what has been created by other games. And the facts are the facts, Nixie, that, you got a game like the first Descendant that drops with free to play, right? And you can go jump into it. Like there's too many free to play good games that have come out that show that model works. And absolutely nowadays, with the amount of games that are available for people to play, is there any, and you can't just get by anymore with a small core group that's going to support your game when you're talking about a bigger team like Bungie or a bigger project, that costs money. Like that's just not going to cut it nowadays. You got to have a bigger fan base, and the casuals and some of the regular people out there are going to pick and choose games based upon that price point. That's just the options there's too many options nowadays in all of these genres that give you that free to play option where people will go, yeah, I'm not going to spend $40. I like the look of it, but I'm not going to spend $40 when I go jump in this other game for free. It's just the reality kind of where the industry is. It's not necessarily about people wanting everything free, but if you're going to, it's already happened where devs and publishers have given people really high quality free to play games. It does change that landscape. It just does. So I don't know. I just don't blame people per se. Again, who now, I mean, unless you have an unlimited budget, who doesn't think about it? It's just one of those things. Are you going to stay in it? Right? That's the question. How many hours are you going to get out of it? Is it going to still be around? Are you okay with dumping $40 into something and going, nah, I'm good? Or you dump $40 into something and they shut down the servers, right? Like in a year and it's gone. And are you cool with the money you spent? Some of us could say, yeah, absolutely. Of course. Other people are not going to be happy with that. So I think it does make people second guess or question that purchase when they see a price point on a game like this. That's all. I don't.
Yeah,
we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
See, Nixie mentioned it. He says you see a number of comments that people are saying it should be free because game blah is free.
Yeah.
And he also says shooters can have a price tag and have an install base. The problem is people just like to draw comparisons to free games because their wallet told them to.
That's.
And it is fair for people to make the comparison. When you have other good multiplayer games out there right now, again, for me, I can't think of another game that plays the way Destiny does. I would still tell y'all today, if Destiny was properly supported the way that I feel it should have been, or it should be, I wouldn't play COD. I have no reason to, because Destiny has a skill ceiling. I don't like the whole grinding for different gear and my gear is better than yours and that's the only thing that's really making me stronger than you aspect of it, right? But in PvP in that game, they make it pretty straightforward across the board where you can still have fun with it if you have some form of skill, right? So jumping into this, seeing that it is going to take some skill to get through these runs, the fact that there does seem to be some personality to the game as well. Again, to me is the main thing. I don't mind paying $40 if all the cosmetics are in the game. Right. I don't mind that. If I can earn everything, I don't mind. You give me a battle pass up front, cool. But if I dive in and the game is shallow and there's not a lot that I can get, there's not very much progression for a multiplayer game. Bungie, I'm going to throw you on the mantle for that too, right? And this is your opportunity. And I'm not saying I'm the end all to be all for people who play Bungie games, but this would be my make or break situation for them. If I play this alpha, and the only person that's going to know whether I played it or not is going to be Pong, right? As an example, because again, under NDA as an example. And I'm gonna put Pong under NDA. I'm gonna send him a contract. But but if I got into the alpha, or if I get into a beta and I play it and it doesn't feel good, that's not gonna make me excited. And I'm not going to be a customer. So they need to, if they're going to build this game with the community, if that's one of their main pillars that they're going for, and that's the way they're kind of pitching it in a lot of ways. Again, I heard Nixie make that comment earlier as well. Cool. After this closed alpha, you need to do a closed beta. After the closed beta, you need to do an open beta. You need to be, again, September is right around the corner. You talking about it's April, May, June, July, August, September, 5 months. Closed alpha is happening this month. 2 months, what you do a closed beta, and then 2 months later, before the game releases, you do an open beta to test out the servers. Is that what we're looking at, or is the game going to get pushed? because people jump into the alpha and actually find out that the people who were testing the game were too much on the hardcore side. And now you got to balance the game for normal people because this game has a lot of an investment in it. You have nothing else on the table right now, Bungie. Sure, you can try to go back into Destiny, throw some more support out there. But I don't think that would carry as hard as if you make sure that you do Marathon right. I do think that Bungie, out of all the companies in the space, does have the prime opportunity to make extraction shooters interesting and have people look at it differently, especially for a sci-fi version of it that's pulling different elements and how they involve it over time along, like with that story as well. If you can keep me engaged, like they said, they're planning on dropping story beats and whichever, cool. Use Concord said a lot of the same shit and didn't get off the ground. But again, if you can't tell what the difference is between Concord and what you just saw from Marathon, that's something that you got to search inside yourself for. Because I can tell you the differences. I can show you. It has a different feeling about it. But all the movement and everything else, I just got to get it in hand to see what it's actually feeling like. Is it slow? Or does it feel like Destiny speed? So I didn't mind Destiny speed. So that's me. Nixie said ACG must have not realized that this was an extraction shooter. I don't know what they're saying. Other than that, I mean, I haven't scoured Twitter yet. I can probably bring this one up real quick. I mean, you do see people saying stuff like nobody wanted this.
You know that's gonna happen.
People said this looks like Apex slowed down.
Yeah.
What else? Pretty underwhelming. 10-year-old Destiny PvP looks way better at first look. That's what I'm gonna have it to compare to, ladies and gentlemen. Like,
yep.
I'm not going to be kind to it if it's not. Somebody said, who said Concord 2? LOL looks decent. Gameplay should be fun. So this is what they sacrificed Destiny for? Flop. Reskin Destiny, the reskin shape.
I mean, but honestly, a lot of people like Steel loved the PvP in Destiny, and they were mad when they dropped it. So if this is that, I mean, it's obviously going to be different. It's extraction shooter, but I'm just saying, if they took that effort or that energy and put it into this game, and they're giving people back, a form of quote unquote Destiny PvP and feeling, then a lot of people are probably going to be kind of happy if it plays that way. I mean, again, it's going to be different because of the extraction, but I'm just saying, like, if it gives people that feeling of the shooting and stuff, then yeah, I mean, I could see people being happy.
Look,
so
I'll give a shout out to Slow Mo. Shout out to you, Slow Mo. I trust his opinion. He plays shooters. He likes to get down to some PvP. He says Marathon looks like a slow and basic extraction shooter. Didn't see anything that I hadn't experienced already, and from other extraction shooters that are already dead. That said, I'll give it a try because despite looking slow, it's hard to judge gameplay or gunplay without experiencing yourself, and maybe it'll surprise me. It's a fair balanced take. Again, I don't know. I didn't see it slow. Not as, like, when I hear people say that it was slow, what are you comparing it to? Because is Destiny slow? Is Destiny 2 slow? Like, you do have a sprint, you know what I mean, in there as well. Yeah. And it kind of looked like you had the, ability to sprint in here as well. You know what I mean?
There's abilities,
now, some characters may be slower, like that tankier character might be a little bit slower.
Yeah,
he has a shield and everything too. He looked like he could be fucking kind of agile with that shield, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. So some additional details, and then we'll go ahead and wind down the show. It says closed alpha begins April 23rd under strict NDA, no streaming or sharing allowed. Alpha invites will be sent a few days before launch. Priority codes are not instant access. Must redeem code on Bungie.net and not have no bans or security issues to be eligible. It's a North American technical test, limited functionality and slower matchmaking outside the region. PlayStation codes are region locked to North and South America. Select players will receive 2 friend invite codes for priority access. And apparently, Borderlands 4 releases on the same day as Marathon.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that already kind of solidifies your decision there, Paul.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we play Borderlands, obviously.
Definitely.
Obviously. Again, I want to get it if there's a beta or if I get in, if they start releasing a ton of alpha codes or whatever, I want to try it and I want to play it and I'll see for myself. Again, I'm just not an extraction shooter and I don't see that this one's going to make me one as far as a fan goes, but I do want to try it out and play it and experience the world because I think it does look dope. I wish this was an RPG game. I wish they made a game like this. I wish somebody would mod in Starfield so that it looked like this. I would love that mod. That would be dope too. The aesthetic of this. I love the aesthetic. I do.
No, I do. The aesthetic is super dope. I think that's the coolest part of it. That I can really get behind out of anything. And I get your point. Nixie was still saying, even with what he said, it's not explaining what he would have liked to see, which is why I'm trying to lead with what I was looking for from the game. Right. I'm always trying to lead with that first because I can only tell you what my expectations are or what I'm looking for in the game, right? Well, that's why I always 10 times down on combat. That's why I'm always 10 times down on movement. That's why I'm always, trying to get the perspective of, or give you my perspective of the different things. So again, I do agree. I'll need to get it in hands to see what it's going to feel like, but I am interested in it. $40. Again, you show and tell, it'll work. But if you're not showing and telling, you're only showing, it's going to be a rough road coming ahead, especially towards the end of the year. Because there's more games coming out than just Borderlands in that. Mecha Break coming out. If I'm having more fun playing Mecha Break, and I got other games on my list, I still got Monster Hunter to play as well.
Right.
Do I play a marathon? So I'm interested. Can't wait to see more. Hopefully I get into the alpha, man.
See, Disney Delta comes in with the Minecraft. Come on, it didn't look like Minecraft.
No,
Again,
but
I understand. That's what I was talking about, though, Steel. That minimalistic artistic style is not going to appeal to everybody. It is not going to be an overwhelming mass approval of the look. And I kind of figured that when I started seeing it, that's what people.
It's going to rely on the cosmetics, bro. I'm telling you, if there is no chase, even in the alpha, if there is no chase, it's gonna be a hard sell for people. It has to be more than just PvP. It has to
turn it into a movie if it doesn't work out. Because I go watch a movie based upon whoever directed that story. Make him the full-time director. Just give me a Netflix series. I'll go watch the Marathon Netflix series for sure. Because that was interesting.
It was
really
interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed this special episode of Living Split Screen. Got into some hot topics. We didn't dove a little bit more into the whole Nintendo side of things. At the end of the day, we don't have to be the ones that you guys gotta live through or live by. Invest in what you believe in. I don't see a reason to at this moment, and I'm always going to stand on that. Show you and tell you why I feel that way. So there is that. The Xbox Showcase, we got more upcoming. Again, we got other games that are still coming out. Right? We just getting Marathon today. We're getting hyped for this, but there's more games that are still coming out.
I know we're
even up to June. You're good. So that's going to be exciting to see. And other than that, man, I want to jump in that alpha, man. That's what I want to do right now. I want to play that marathon. I want to play the alpha, see what it's feeling like. Hopefully I can at least get into a beta before release. We'll see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for joining us on this special episode of 182. Marathon gameplay was live, raw, and uncut, as we like to say. Overall, the presentation was good. I give it about an 8. Definitely wanted to get better. And we'll go from there, man. So if you want to find me, Steel Rain, at Teaser7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place that you can type that information in. And other than that, check me out on X, otherwise known as Twitter, and Blue Sky as well, if you want to check me out there. Other than that, YouTube, if you would like. And right now, I'm just going to dive back into getting back into South of Midnight as one and get finished through that since it is a shorter game. And then jump back into Berserker of Kazan. And then Assassin's Creed Shadows. Then back to Monster Hunter. So rotation's already solid, man. Plenty of stuff to get into out there. We'll wait for Pong so we can make sure we can get him shouted out as well as he stepped away. What was the before we did? What was your guys' feelings? What would you rate that out of a 10 from what you just witnessed during this wonderful stream here for Bungie's marathon? Do you give it an 8? Or was it a 5.3? No, you don't give it. You can give it half. You can give it half a point. Don't give it no 0.3s or 0.8. I want a 0.5 or a whole number. Cold Star said, "You guys also went 5 hours." Hey, that's what we do at Live Split Screen. We do long shows, long form, every time. 4 hours long. It's just me and Pong. This ain't even the Iron Lord. Shout out to the Iron Lords. Co-Star says, "I give it a 0. I wouldn't play it for free." Damn. Disrespectful, Cold Start, but I get it. JB1521 says trailer 10, game 6.5. Average. It's not bad. Low, but not bad. Fahim says he gives it an 8. Shout out to Fahim. Fahim, you seem excited about it, man. So hopefully we get you out in the field. Hopefully you ready to catch a body, Fahim. Because all the excitement you had today, I better see you out getting some runs in. Okay? You better be in the party, Fahim. Because I'm going to scold you for all this hype you putting out here. Because if it's disappointing and I'm sad, I'm going to say, Fahim, you see what we did? We hyped something up and it didn't end up being nothing. Lydia says, I might try it 7.5 for now. Again, not bad. Average is good. Lord Chaos says, great show as always, gentlemen. Thanks for another work day that breezed by. Hey, appreciate you, Lord Chaos. Appreciate y'all for being here. Pong, I was just telling the people what they would rate it out of 1 to 10. So they're doing that in chat. But go ahead and wind them down if you're ready, good sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, again, ladies and gentlemen, it was fantastic that you all joined us. Really love to see everybody show up on a Saturday for us again. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you. Really good conversations in there again. Different show today, doing the co-stream. Obviously didn't get my thoughts in on Nintendo and that kind of stuff, but we'll have plenty more time to talk about that because variable pricing is here to stay. I think more people are going to follow suit. And we're going to see some interesting pricing coming down. We've already seen some of it. Again, South of Midnight was $39.99 and Hellblade 2 was $49.99. So we've seen already Xbox doing this, but now that Bowser has put it out there, and can't wait to see what Strauss does with GTA 6. Things are going to get interesting in this industry, but that'll be plenty of time for another conversation. So thank you all for being here. On another episode of Living Split Screen. Of course, Brother Steele, thank you for all that you do, man. On top of you going to work and coming home and trying to get settled in, you get everything ready and all that shit, man. You're working on t-shirts and doing the merchandising and trying to get that, moving the family. Brother, I love you, man. You're somebody special, man. And obviously, thank you so much, man, for doing everything behind the scenes, man, that you do. So, listen, y'all, you know how to find me, Pong Soul, everywhere. Follow me, I'll follow you back. We are still on hiatus for the Shop podcast for the time being. Keep your eyes and ears open for that. So my week of podcasting is now officially over, but it starts next week all over again. But first things first, I always shout out Double Barrel Gaming Channel, Boomstick the Man. Every week, he does it 5 days a week. Go check out Xbox Factor Podcast on Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. I am no longer a part of that family over there, but he is still doing all the good work, and he's shouted out so many people and helped so many people get their start in this community. So go check him out. And then, of course, my week starts on Thursdays with the Fun Speculation Network, and of course, the one and only brother from another, Mav. Over there on Thursday nights as we do PM in the PM every Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Join us for that show where we catch up. We go about 3 hours over there as well on Thursday nights. We always have a good time. So be there for that. And then Friday nights it's Xbox Ultimate, where we never know how much of the family's going to show up. Last night it was Jasper, it was Fuzzy, it was Mav, and it was myself. But no matter how many people are there, Xbox Ultimate is always a good time for laughs and lots of good conversations. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time every Friday night on the Fun Speculation Network. And then, of course, God willing, back here with this guy right here, one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, the one and only Steel Rain, for another episode of Living Split Screen next Saturday. Listen, y'all, it is the golden age of gaming. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I hope you have a great start to your week next week. And play what you love. Love what you play. And I'll
this
talk
is
to you
what
all
I'm
soon.
talking about, Pong, man. Why does Games Radar have gameplay literally demonstrating them in the character select screen and then loading into a game?
Yeah.
If it's already there, then why is not he?
Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know why they choose to show what they show and what they don't.
I don't know.
Yeah, it
just
shows
comes
all
off
the,
weird.
shows the abilities, traits. Yeah.
It just comes off weird. It's not a proper presentation.
15 minutes of marathon gameplay. Anybody wants to go check it out? Games Radar. So and it's straight gameplay.
Games Radar.
Menu selection
Straight gameplay.
So, yep.
If this doesn't help solidify your decision making or how you feel about the game, then hey, it's just not going to be for you. Then take it for what it is. That's another thing I'm going to stand behind. Look at it and ask yourself, am I going to play this? If you're questioning in it, hopefully you get into a beta. If you're like, probably, continue to check in. Y'all be safe out there. Much love to y'all. And we'll catch you on the next one for 183 of Living Split Screen. Peace.
Later. Thanks, Ice Cold. Check it out. Later, y'all.